Max, I'm just putting you on. Okay, we will go ahead and call the City Council meeting to order. Today is Thursday, May 26th, and it's 2:02 p.m. All council is here in chambers with the exception of Matt Doyley, who is joining us remotely. Welcome, Max.
Hello.
Okay, do I hear a motion to go into closed?
Your Honor, I make a motion that we go into closed. For personnel, property, and advice of counsel.
Second. Good job. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carried. We're going into closed. Well, let's go ahead and get right into, because everybody's so excited to be here. Let's go ahead and move into the work session about event requests. So Jenny, take it away.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am just trying to share my screen and get things started here. Oh, we can see it. It's good enough. Good to go. Jenny Dearson, Special Events and Economic Development Manager. Also have Jonathan Weidenhammer with me, who is the Economic Development Manager. Mayor and Council, we're doing things just a little bit differently. We do have a work session item. We have 5 topics to get through tonight, and I do have those applicants with me. If it's okay with you, Mayor, because we have a lot to get through, the idea is we're going to spend hopefully about 20 minutes on each item to try and get through those. As those items come up, I may have the applicant come up if it's okay with you, Mayor, and hopefully we'll stay on track. If there's things we don't get to tonight, obviously we'll have to come back at a subsequent meeting to come back on those items. So if it's okay with you and you agree with that, I'll go ahead and get started.
I agree. Go for it.
Okay. So I think it's important to always state the role of events has changed over many years. And what's important about tonight is we're bringing these things to council and the community so they can see them in totality. Normally we bring event by event. And so really tonight with these 5 items, we can start to see things and kind of plan them against each other. The first one we have on the list tonight is the Park City Kimball Arts Festival. This event has been going on, I think this coming year is the 54th year. Kimball Arts Center's contract expires after this year's festival, so in August of 2022. The initial terms that Kimball are asking for are up on your screen. They do desire for their venue to still be Main Street, and they are asking for a 5-year contract. They want to continue to have the first full weekend in August. That's the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and they have provided specifics about what those dates are. And the reason that's important for staff is we can go ahead in the calendar 5 years and identify any other major conflicts with events or major things happening in town. So it's great that they provide us those dates that they're considering ahead of time. And then finally, their fees and hard costs that they're asking for is $180,000. And they are asking for a 10% annual inflation with that request. Just for a little bit of context, in that item right now, per their contract, we go up to $180,000. So just comparison for what they're asking for. In the analysis, Special Events did provide just a preliminary analysis of these requests. And while we understand that the Kimball Arts Center's contract is about to expire in a couple months, that is a really aggressive timeline for our department to have the time to spend with the community and council to get a contract before that expires. So just a note on that. And then over the last couple of years, we've actually been decreasing the cost to go along with the festival. So we haven't reached that $180,000 amount. So that's just a note as we're considering those costs along with their requests. And then I think over the years, council has really used the opportunity of this contract to make sure that the event is aligning with our community needs. So certain things like free Friday night for locals, council has long supported that part of the event and been a partner in that. And then also just considering kind of the vendor mix, local artists and things like that. Again, for tonight and specific to Arts Festival, Council should just provide direction if additional outreach is needed. And then if council is ready, also any feedback on those initial terms. Tonight, we're not asking for council to take action or make any final decisions, but this is just the beginning of a conversation with the Kimball Arts Center. With that, I do have Hillary Gilson and also Albie Milliken of the Kimball Arts Center. I'm not sure if they have anything they want to add in before I turn it over to you, Mayor and Council, but with that, I would just, if it's okay, give them a quick opportunity.
Sure, come on down. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Worrell and council members for this opportunity to speak before you. I just want to calibrate a couple of things. One, the cost of doing business, and also why a 5-year contract is really important for us. We educate 10,000 students. We have 300 classes, 1,500 class hours, 103 scholarships, and over about $500,000 built into our education programs. That includes 6,000 students that get free hours of tours at the cost of about $40,000. A YAA student is about $500 per year at a cost of about $1,500 to us. The Golden Art Club with seniors is about $10,000, of which we get support for about $3,000. So it's safe to say that we are impactful across all ages in our community. And the reason I wanted to talk about the cost of doing business is our costs are going up, but really the amount that we can charge our students and our community members is about the same. So $10 for admission for Arts Fest, or as I said, $500 a year for a YA student. The cost of doing the Arts Fest is increasing, and we're asking for the 10%, or we're asking for council to consider the support that council does in this collaboration. So the sort of the in-kind sponsorship that you do is very impactful for us. Like I said, we teach the students at Parley's, McPullen, and Trailside. So if anyone has a student in any of those places, they are directly impacted by our support. So the money that the city puts into the Arts Fest goes directly towards children and seniors and support. And we just wanted to sort of reiterate that this collaboration is quite unique compared to other creative interventions across the country. I don't know of any other art places that do an impactful Arts Fest like this one. It's quite unique. And I hope that you consider how your support, cost savings isn't actually saving money for the students. It's actually taking money out of the ability for us to do what we do really well. So we hope you consider that when it comes time to think about how our contract negotiations go forward. We feel like 5 years is a no-brainer, that we have a 54-year relationship, and that 5 years is sort of within 3 to 5 years, but 5 years probably is really within a sort of a reasonable time to consider going forward. I'm going to turn it over to Hillary Gilson. So thank you for your time.
Hi, first and foremost, I'd like to thank you, Mayor and council members, for having us here today. While we know that it will be a long process and lots of conversations involved, we're really excited to embark on a new contract with the city and to continue having the Park City Kimball Arts Festival for our residents and visitors alike. I'm going to keep this really short because I know we have a lot on the docket today, but something I did just want to mention is, yes, we are asking that our city service waiver stays at the $180,000 mark, and we have asked for a 10% inflation increase each year. And I really want to stress that it is not our intent to blow out this budget and to use every dollar. It's really built in as, making sure that if we hit another economic hardship or if wages increase drastically, that we can look after our festival. As Jenny mentioned, we typically do not go over $140,000 in city service fees, and it's our intent to keep those as low as possible. So having this at the higher rate is really just to safeguard the festival. That's all we have to say. Well, I have a lot more to say if you guys have questions. But with that, I'll just turn it back over to Jenny to see if there's any final remarks before we open it up to questions from the council.
You ready to go? Okay. So council, what they're asking for us today is if you have any questions or need further information, because this will come back for further discussion.
I can start.
Okay.
Hi, thank you guys for being here. I have a few questions and then I can do some comments after, but Jenny, for the past contract that we had before, is there anything that is we're removing or anything big of the contract prior that would be out of this one?
So I think, to be fair, Kimball Art Center and our department have gone through and looked at the current contract to see if there's any changes. They are generally kind of minor changes and doing things like increasing insurance standards to what they are. One of the questions that staff does have, is we've had a discussion with council, is if we should be removing economic reporting or economic impact studies for some of our other events. And right now that is a requirement within their contract. So that is a particular question if we want to have the Kimball continue doing those. Again, this event is different than some of the other events we have going on. So that's definitely one of the things. And then I think, other than that, the terms that you see up on your screen are pretty much the same as they are. Those are the major terms that we would be discussing. They're pretty much the same. So it's just, those are the ones I think we're focused on initially.
Okay, and then what about footprint? Is that part of this? Is there the ability to add, to take away? Do we want to have a minimum or a maximum? Has that ever been a discussion?
So that it has been a discussion in the past. So annually with the supplemental plan, if the Kimball requested to change the footprint, that's something that we would bring back to council. I think they're asking for their standard footprint that they currently have and moving forward. Aldi, if you want to add.
We want to maintain our 2020, 2021 footprint. So that was a reduction from prior years in 2019. We had a lot of positive feedback. We were able to pull the tents away from buildings, so businesses were able to be seen, and we felt like it was much more appropriate for both our audiences and our local businesses, and we got a lot of positives for that. So we're not trying to increase the footprint. We're not trying to even increase the numbers. We're just trying to provide a better service for both local population and our visitors.
Okay, great. So then I'll just make a few comments. In regards to outreach, I would like to see something similar to what we are doing with Silly. I don't know if, yeah, we'll just say that. So something where we are having meetings, we are talking to the right stakeholders, we are talking to the community, the residents, the business owners and such. And then, let's see. Oh, and then I would just, can you explain I forgot this is a question, the 10% inflation is unrealistic that you have in there? What part of, why is that unrealistic?
I just don't know if we'll ever, in terms of city costs, get to those actual amounts.
Okay.
So they're just, right, a 10% inflation year over year adds up really quickly. And just seeing where those numbers are, I think it's unrealistic that we'll get there soon. And I think we do, annually we have this agreement. So if we saw something really change, if all the police fees went up or transit fees really escalated or something like that, I think those are the things that the festival's looking to make sure that those costs, if they were to increase, aren't all of a sudden their burden based on that inflation. But right now we're not sure if we see that actually happening.
Okay. And then I'll just make a comment. I do like the idea of having the 12 Park City artists to keep in there. I think it's important we continue to have a very local element of it. Is that right? Oh.
Sorry, I just wanted to make one quick correction on that. So in 2020, we moved away from working exclusively with the Park City Professional Artists Association, and we opened up local artist participation to any artist who claims Summit County or Wasatch County as their primary residence. We opened it up to the Wasatch back to just really recognize that a lot of our attendees and also a lot of people who we consider community members live in the Wasatch County. So we wanted to do the whole Wasatch back for that reason. And we're trying to keep that at about 15 for each festival. So yeah, just a quick clarification that you do not have to pay dues to the Park City Professional Artists Association. That is open to any artist who claims Wasatch or Summit County as home.
Thank you. That's great. And that, I agree. Wasatch back on there as well. As just a comment, I would love to see what we could do in the future with somehow getting a little more vibrancy on Saturday nights. It becomes a little bit of a dead zone for the businesses on Saturday night. And not to say, you know, it's the end of the world or the end of this, but I just would like to see something help to keep the flow and the excitement on Saturday evenings. So, and thank you again, Jenny. I always love your packet. So thank you for all the information.
Max, do you want to weigh in?
No, not at the moment. Thanks.
Jeremy.
I'll go down your list here. Venue and term, I think, are fine. The dates are fine. The 180,000, I have a hard time with, to be honest. Probably knew that was coming. You know, when I looked at this and looked at the numbers in the packet, I do think it's a good community event. And to the clarification just given, I would like to see some Park City artists prioritized, since we are using Main Street in Park City. Not all of them, but, you know, Park City plus Wasatch back instead of just Wasatch back maybe. And when we talk about, yes, the inflation thing, I'd say hard pass in my world. The 180,000 though, going back to that, I'd like to understand first off the delta, like what is really the net impact that we can come up with, which I know is challenging, but the 14 million, you know, really the question is what would our economic activity be without the art festival on a same or similar weekend? And then I feel like I could probably be more informed as to how much I'd be willing to spend on it off the cuff. My reaction was, why don't we just sponsor the Friday Locals Night and throw some money in for that? And if you use the numbers in the docs and assume 4,500 visitors, which has to be the region, because in Park City, that would be pretty much 1 out of every 3 or 4 people attending Friday night. At $10 a ticket, that's 45,000. So not saying that's the magic number, but I'd like to kind of get to that level of analysis to say, what does the right number feel like? And appreciate all the other activities that the Kimball Arts Center puts on. But I also want to keep those conversations separate. So if it came back, if you don't give us $180,000, we're not going to go to the schools and have kids programs. I would say, well, how much does it cost to go to the school and have kids programs? And should we treat that under special service contracts, perhaps, instead of under an arts festival? So that's where I'm sitting on it.
Okay. Ryan?
Thanks again, guys, and echo, this is a great community event. It's been here. I didn't realize how long it had been in town. So obviously it's very important for us to keep it. And I think it goes beyond economic impact too. There's community impact. But I do sort of, I'd want to understand more about the jump in cost from 145 to 180, and like the specific drivers of that. We talked about not expanding the footprint, but so what are the drivers that are going to increase the cost of the city? Feel free to address it.
Yeah, so I just really want to be clear that we're mimicking the contract that we had previously. And we're keeping it at that higher number in case of dramatic jumps in, let's say, police and fire department salaries, which I support them being raised. But I also know that would have a dramatic impact on our bottom line. And if we have a $140,000 contract and it goes, our city service fees are at $180,000. That's $40,000 that are being taken away from our year-round programming, and also our programming at the Arts Fest. I mean, these dollars are reinvested in our community each year. But I do just want to be very, very clear that we are not trying to propose to spend $180,000 in city services. We would just like to have that as a safeguard in case there are dramatic increases in costs.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. So today's contract is at 180,000 waiver? Okay, so it's not a change, it's just a big buffer. Okay. Well, I guess I wouldn't want to go buffer plus inflation. Yeah, sort of I think that's sort of the nature of the long-term contract is you get the security and you take the risk of the inflation. What was the third piece of that? Sorry.
Initial terms.
Do you want any additional input or?
No, I think I'm good with, yep, I'm good there. That was it.
Okay.
Understanding, is there a council liaison that will be sitting in for some of these negotiations? Is it the economic impact?
We would assume the event liaisons, which are Councilman Vicky and Rupal.
So I would just like to, I feel like I feel fine with where you're starting from, and I would like to encourage whoever our liaison is to go in and have those good discussions and negotiations and see where you get to. I appreciate the desire for additional outreach, but I also know that you guys can kill yourselves knocking on every single door and trying to get outreach from every single person, and you're not going to hit one person who's upset about something. So I think, I don't know if you need to do any additional outreach to what you were already planning on doing, but I know you usually do, touch base with a PCALA and lodging and restaurant. And so I don't know, you can have that discussion amongst yourself as to how much outreach is needed, but just want to be respectful of your time and your efforts as well. And I bless the council liaison, go forth and have good discussions. And I trust that you already mentioned that you felt that 10% annual inflation might not be necessary. So I'm fine with that negotiation of that changing or moving around.
Max, anything?
Yeah, I think that the piece that I'm willing to consider the negotiation on is that 10% for sure. I just want to be a little bit cautious. Jeremy, I hear where you're coming from, but it sounds a little bit like we're making things really difficult on every event if we're going to carve out all of the benefits that those events give to the community, and they have to come in and ask us about each piece so that we can fund each piece. That's to me, that seems like a real slippery slope when we're just giving them we're giving them some fee waivers and a little bit of a glide path to operate their event. I understand wanting to tighten the belt a little bit, but if that becomes the standard for all events, then we're going to be having council meetings all the time about the minutia, and it's not our job to micromanage these things. I think that we got to trust that they're a good partner and that they're providing services, and they come to us every year and say, yep, we continue to do these things, and this is why we give them a bit of a glide path. So I just want to be careful about that in terms of the conversation when we're negotiating these things. The idea isn't to bring us back for every little thing. So that's my only piece there.
In terms of economic impact studies, don't you have to provide that information for some grant funding that you have? So you do it anyway. Yeah.
With this, we do a pretty extensive study and I believe an independent contractor to really look at this particular event. And then of course we use a lot of NEA or Americans for the Arts sort of comparable data to look at more internal program impact.
So I would love to see that after the festival, since you're doing it anyway. I think that's important for the council to be able to see.
Yeah, and I think it exists in the packet, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah,
but for future events.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Does that give you enough feedback?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor. It's okay. We're going to move on to my news day.
That works.
Great.
And in full disclosure, I'm a member of the Noon Rotary Club.
Okay. Thank you.
As am I.
Me too.
Oh, great.
Okay, so I think it's okay if I go ahead and get started. Great. So next little slide here. Miners Day is currently produced by the Park City Rotary Club. For those who don't know, I just think it's important to state that the Miners Day event is actually our oldest event. It's been going on for more than 125 years. What's unique about this request is the Rotary has really gotten to a point where it's become quite difficult to run the entire event, and they've come to the city and asked for a partnership. The request is for the city to take on the role of the applicant of this event and specifically take over all the festivities down at City Park, which include mucking and drilling. The Rotary does want to keep the parade and the running of the balls, which staff is very happy that they want to keep those things going. And we have appreciated the working relationship that we have with the Rotary. You know, I've been in the city for 8 years, so the working relationship we have is really great. This one is a little bit different. So just a little context too, is that the event currently is permitted annually. So they apply every year for the event. And so one of the things in the past that we've discussed is how do we stabilize and create ground for an event like Miners Day, something that's so important to our culture and our community so that it can stand long term. Our department really sees this as a civic event, a community event, and something that potentially maybe the city should take on that role for this in particular. One thing I think we do need time to work through probably with the legal department and Rotary itself is we're not sure that a contract or CSA is the right template to use in terms of an agreement. There might be something more like an MOU or an LOI. And for context for that, for 4th of July, when the Chamber Ambassadors dissolved and the city took on that event, we actually didn't do any agreement, but there's certain groups that come back and still help us every single year. Like Joel Fine calls me and says, will you still have me do the parade? And of course we'll still have him do the parade, right? Like he's the one that does the parade. So we want to have this relationship with the Rotary if council's willing to consider it. And there are some additional costs. I think the rest of what I need to say is in the report. And so really at this point, I would also ask Corey Forsling, who is the Miners Day chair, is here. So Corey, I don't know if you want to come up and say anything, but if so, now would be your moment. And then of course, council, if you have any questions for us.
I finally have my moment.
You do. Welcome.
I don't think I really have anything to add, but I'm here to answer questions. I'm Miners Day chair. Oh, I'm sorry. There we go. I'm sorry. I don't really have anything specific to add. Jenny's said it very well, but I'm here to answer questions if you have any. I do. Yes.
So do you guys reach out? Have you guys in the past been the ones responsible reaching out for the muckers and drillers? Or were you working with like the Historical Society or someone? Or
it has been us, but honestly, I learned last year, this is year 2 for me being the event chair. I learned last year that much of the mucking and drilling event is all the infrastructure of it is already handled by the city.
Okay.
So that won't be much of a change at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just was wondering like if we had how that all came together in a world where there are a few muckers and drillers.
We do, yeah. The Rotary does get the muckers and drillers. We got their numbers.
You do?
Yeah, we do.
The historical board has some miners they work with.
That's actually kind of where I was going to wonder down the line was if we could work with like the Historical Society or someone on some of the.
Yeah, and I mean, I think as with 4th of July, as with Miners Day, these types of events, I mean, in the end, they really are like, they take everybody to kind of put together. But I think to that point, I think it's fair to mention, you know, there used to be mucking and drilling competitions, and now they're gone to demonstrations because there are less and less miners. And so this is something Rotary over the last year or 2 has also been working on, like, how can we really make sure that the event celebrates our mining legacy and stays true to that, as, you know, it's harder and harder to find those miners. So it's something that they're aware of and we're aware of that will be challenging as the years move forward.
But as Ryan said, we do have the names and we're happy to reach out to them. And if everyone felt like going back to a competition was better than an exhibition, you know, whatever's going to work for the event best is, you know, what we would support.
Ryan?
No questions. I think that, yeah, this is a 125-year community event. The story is correct. It's just simply outgrown the ability of that nonprofit to put it on, and it's something that we want to continue, obviously still with Rotary's involvement. The city's already carrying a lot of the burden as it is, like we talked about with mucking and drilling. So to me, you know, this is something that's purely community focused and local focused. And so it makes sense to for the city to take over as the applicant and manage the park and the mucking and drilling.
I have two kind of random questions, but has the Rotary always put it on? Was there a Rotary 125 years ago? How did it get to the Rotary? Anyone know?
How did it get to the, I don't know. I think we've
Okay.
been doing it for about 15 years, but
Anyway,
You ever
just
heard-
was curious.
I don't know how year one happened.
Anyway, okay, not a big deal. I have a legal question for Margaret, which is because the Miners' Day Parade is historically where politicians and people running for council and people running for state government, because they are the ones that usually take up most of the parade, is there any concern about a city-run parade with politicians in it? So just wanted to ask if there's any concern on that.
So what I would say is, I think part of the great thing is that the Rotary would still be running the parade under this LOI. So they would still be the ones going through the applications and filtering based on the criteria that they set up. So when we run the parade for 4th of July, we filter based on the criteria we set up. And during 4th of July, those types of entries aren't allowed. So as long as Rotary still wants to maintain that and do that, and if they want to keep that and they're filtering through their filters, I would assume it would be allowed.
Yeah, and Jenny and I've talked about this almost every summer since I've been here, which is only 3, but so we'll circle up again and make sure we're crossing those T's and, following the Constitution.
And then my last question is just for you, Jenny. You have a small team. Is this something you think your team can take on and be successful, or will we need to be hiring more people?
So I think, to be fair, I think part of this is if we're willing to take it on, and part of those costs is hiring an event planner, much like we do for 4th of July, that would help our staff take on the organization of City Park and, mucking and drilling and those types of things for the things that we're not currently doing that they're asking us to do.
Jeremy?
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of a more community-focused large event anyway that we have every year. So definitely supportive of continuing to do it and understand that it's grown to the point of being too successful for one organization to manage necessarily. So I'd be behind it. I mean, it's non-ticketed. Everyone can show up. Yeah, I'm supportive.
Max?
Ditto to what Jeremy had to say.
Okay. Jenny, do you need a liaison from the council on this one?
Yes, and I would just say I would probably use the event liaisons again. Sorry.
I have a little concern about that since they're both members of Rotary. It seems like a bit of a conflict. So maybe we could use another council member if Becca or Max or Tana would be willing to take on that role.
We're the 2 liaisons.
Ryan and Jeremy.
Happy to help.
Thank you.
And now I can't
Negotiate against yourself. There you go. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Corey.
We can join the morning or the.
Right.
Yeah.
Which we highly encourage.
Yeah. Is that enough?
I believe that's good. Corey, we're good?
We are good.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, the next one up is Carpray Sunday. I'm good to keep going?
Yes.
Great. Next slide, sorry. So Carpray Sundays, just a little context behind Carpray Sundays. This event came out of COVID. So we worked with the Merchant Association when COVID hit, and most restaurants and retail stores were at 50% of occupancy. We saw an opportunity for a collaboration where we allowed the businesses to extend onto the street. And last year we continued that as well. In a debrief from last year, the previous council provided some direction that they did not want the city to continue serving as the applicant, and therefore would need HPCA to be the applicant of the event. I think, to be fair, HPCA has been going through and trying to figure out what it means to be the applicant of this event. They have put a grant into restaurant tax to help with programming and getting someone to help organize those types of things. And they are asking for the city to continue waiving the fees. As the staff report outlines and as the HPCA's letter outlines, they still are requesting for the city to be the applicant of the event. So that is the question for council tonight. And then I think, to be clear, if this event were to continue, because it's a level 4 event with really minor changes that are not substantial, staff does have the authority to approve this event. And then I would just say, like, a little bit of the pressure on this event is it's technically scheduled to begin on June 5th, which is in about a week and a half from now. So these things are coming together very quickly. And I think I'm not sure if Ginger is going to say anything or not, but there's kind of lots of layers in the ownership of how this has run, and we're just trying to figure out how to kind of piece it together and move forward. Ginger had put a survey out to the merchants, and I think 65% of the merchants said they wanted the event to continue. So that's why they submitted the letter to the city that's in your packets as well. I'm probably forgetting to say things at this point, but with that, I think really the question is council wanting the city to continue being the applicant, or, as staff has outlined in the report with everything we have going on, is it really time for HPCA to take this on? And then secondly, is council supportive of the fees mentioned in the report? Historically, because it's been a city event, those have been within our current budgets. And so we just want to plan for how we're going to take those costs on in the future. And then remember, those are things like police and transit and things that we kind of have to have on the ground during events that are planned for and budgeted for. So with that, I'm sure there's questions. Ginger, if you want to add anything, you can.
I would just add that if this all works out and we are able to get the funding through our grant applications as well, for those of you that have attended Carpray in the past, we have already had conversations with the Silly Market organizers to help us program Upper Main Street. And by programming, I mean not moving vendors upstream, but actually programming. So like cornhole tournaments or car shows or something to drive the energy up the street to support the Carpray efforts. So that collaboration is in place if all the money lines up.
Do you know when you'll know about your grant funding?
Does anyone know when we'll know about the
So yeah, June 5th, they're supposed to have the grants kind of finalized.
Okay.
It depends on whether or not they can get to the county to get on their council for approval. And then the funding doesn't happen for a while, but at least you get your approval by middle to the end of June.
Thank you. So, Becca.
Well, I guess I think it makes sense for the city to remain the applicant because I think that it falls also in line with a lot of our long-term goals and some of the things we've heard and requested of Main Street. But the hard part is I think the restaurant tax, I know, has additional marketing requirements and like heads and beds and things like that. Is that correct?
Well, the premise of that grant is to drive heads and beds. We can show our ROI in different ways through our media tracking and things like that, which is they accept that as results on the grant funds issue.
Because I think for like Silly Market, which is the same day, we've essentially required them to stop marketing for that event because it's gotten so big. And so I think that it's kind of creates this weird dynamic where we've like actually one event is too big and we're asking people to stop marketing that, and yet at the same point in time the event that's like a block up the street is going to be required to show, or I don't know.
We would use most of those funds to pay for the programming costs. So whatever it would cost to bring a car show in, the support of the promoter that we would work with to manage it all, it would cover those costs as well. So all the funds that we're asking for from restaurant tax grant is not going to go solely to marketing. It's going to go to the production of programming Upper Main as well.
Okay.
Jeremy? I'm looking the wrong direction here. I just confuse you two all the time. Yeah, Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, and I'm open to all your feedback. in reading it, it sort of strikes me that, I guess first of all, without programming, it's not really an event. We're just closing a street. And so to me, that seems like not a place I'd want to make an investment. Even I had sort of a similar thought to Beck, even if we do successfully program it, now we're increasing the size of an event that we have said has gotten too large. Although I understand the benefits of having the street closed, and generally, even as it relates to Park Silly. I think, I'd love to see the HPCA remain the applicant, and from a fee waiver perspective, to the extent that this is an event where half the day the parking is $40 and is driving, heads and beds, seems like a lot of the benefit accrues to HPCA. My perspective would always probably want to see HPCA sort of have some skin in the game, and whether we're splitting that cost and it's we're waiving half the fees, or some way to help out without, I think, the city being the applicant, or waiving all the fees is probably where I leaned. And so I guess question for you, Jinder. I mean, if you don't get funds for programming, did I read that correctly? So that's no more. We're not going to do it.
Yeah, I'll be clear. If you don't support it and don't pull the application and don't waive the fees, it won't happen.
Okay. So how about we are the applicant, we waive the fees, and you don't get the programming? Would you still want to close the street, or we just don't do it at that point?
I would think that would have to be a deeper discussion with you and with the HPCA, because for those of you that were around last year and doing the walks on the street, not programming Upper Main, in my opinion, that's critical to get the funding to drive the traffic up the street, because for not to call Tana out, but she's on Upper Main, and if we don't drive, people just stop at the post office. So I would say if we don't get the funding from the Restaurant Association, or if we get minimal funding from the Restaurant Association, we would have to collaborate and really look at a calendar to say, okay, maybe we're going to only do car free on these days when we can program it, and it's not every Sunday. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I think
just
so.
started talking.
Yeah. So you're asking for a restaurant tax grant to program it. Mm-hmm. If you don't get the grant, then are you asking the city to pay for programming? Okay, so
no, we are not. We are not. We are only asking you to pull the permit and support us with the city services as you have the past 2 years.
Okay. Appreciate that. I guess my preference would still be for HPCA to be the applicant and sort of and share in some of the fees. I appreciate it.
Max, where are you on this?
So I'm kind of with Ryan here. I really hate to not have car-free Sundays move forward, just because I've heard from so many residents that they believe that we need to have a car-free street in town, but I also feel a lot like a lot of our residents don't really use Main Street all that much, even though they cherish it, and so it seems like there's a whole lot of talk and not a lot of action in terms of going up there and using car-free Sundays as a place to gather. And it was fun a couple of times I went up there. Then there were some dead zones, to your point, Ginger. And, I guess I'm really not excited about the idea that it's, we made it pretty clear that we wanted to, kind of kick this to HPCA. We made it clear a long time ago. And now, it comes back and it's either we do all the work and pony up and, pay the money, be the applicant, or it dies. That doesn't really feel very encouraging to me when we have a lot of people complaining about events as it is. And I know we have events on those days anyway. But it's a little bit of a conundrum, but I think I'm with Ryan. I'd like to see HPCA be the applicant, and I'd like them to at least share in the fees, a match or something until we get them off their feet, and then they can pick up the whole fee amount in future years.
Okay, Tana?
So in full disclosure, I I participate in Carpray Sunday as a business, and I was on the HPCA when this was, as a vice president, when this became a concept. So I really don't have anything else I want to say on it. This is just a hard one. I think it would be interesting and to ask the council how they would feel about doing like halftime. So that being like two Sundays a month, or half of the time where we're only looking at half of the cost. Maybe that would change their concept. And I don't know if HPCA would be okay with that, but there was last year, I believe, we didn't do it for a couple of weeks, then we did it for a couple of weeks in the fall. So
we, just to clarify, we're proposing, just for sake of unison and lack of confusion within the community, following the same schedule of the Park Silly Sunday Market. But that being said, I think your point is a good one. We certainly, if council's only willing to support half of it, you know, we could certainly look at, maybe it's the first Sunday of every month, or, you know, there are ideas about that. I guess my question back to council is, regardless of the scenario of how many Sundays we're doing it, what I'm hearing is that you want us to have skin in the game and fund half of whatever we're doing. Is that correct?
Well, we've heard that from 2 council members. We haven't heard from all of them. So Becca, do you have something else you wanted to add?
Yeah, I mean, this one I think is just really tricky, because I think that maybe the city has different goals than the applicant. I think from the city's point, we did our Visioning 2020, and we heard that, you know, our community wanted to see a car-free Main Street and more pedestrian spaces, but it wasn't necessarily about activating it as an event and making it busier. And it worked really well. That one summer we did it when there was no silly market. So for me, I kind of have like those 2 conflicts of interest in my head that we're hearing from the community. We want more pedestrian spaces to just walk and like enjoy our community versus, and less events. And so I understand the event fees. Are those mostly just installation of the bollards over all the weeks, and then
cars, police, transit, reroutes, you know, Chris Finney's out there for 16 hours, like all those things that come along with that. So I had a thought about the staffing, but I've lost my train of thought. But, you know, I think to go a little bit with what Ginger said is, and I'm, you know, at risk on speaking on behalf of like police and transit and other community members, but consistency is a big thing. So the idea to staff of saying like, this week we're going to run transit this way and parking this way, and the next week it's going to be this way and this way, that gets really confusing to the community. And this is why it's hard for Ginger and I and the merchants and the community members, is there are those shared goals, but there's also different goals. So I don't know if maybe we should keep, you know, hearing what council has to say, but it's a challenging discussion.
Can I just ask one more question? Sure. And that is, the time, Ginger, do we have it still wanting to go till 10?
Yeah, we proposed running it the same way we ran it last year and having it go till 10, but we're open to
that. Doesn't work great for you though.
Feedback.
Well, actually, so what's hard for us is when you have restaurants that have tables out on the street at 5 o'clock and they're having their dinner, to go to a restaurant and say, can you please get all your tables up and move them inside? That's not always a great conversation. So what we prefer, and what we've worked with HPCA in the past years, is to say, you know, if it's pouring rain out that day and we can call the street at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and say, or 10 o'clock in the morning and say it's going to be a rainy day, we'll cancel the event. So we try to work with the Merchant Association to say whatever's best for them. Usually towards the end of the summer, when it gets a little cooler, people start to go in earlier, and we'll open certain sections of the street based on that. And by, you know, September and October, when we went all the way into October, we were pulling the street up at 6 p.m. So we just kind of call it as it happens.
So where are you on this council of the city continuing as the applicant and waiving all the fees?
I am in favor of it. So,
Yeah, I mean, I keep sorry, I keep circling back around like those two different goals and then what we're spending the money for. Honestly, the Carpray Sunday to meet the community appeal, it makes more sense to do it on the weeks when there isn't silly market and when there's not Tour of Utah, because those are the weeks when it's truly like a car-free experience that, pedestrian mall that you can walk up and down the street. So I guess I'm kind of, if it's important to the HPCA, then I can see the value in us coming in and supporting the fee waivers. But I kind of agree that it is good to see some skin in the game. I think that they should have a plan, even if they don't get the programming grants to come in and help with the fee waiver or the city fees. And maybe this is just the HPCA's like next evolution into what they want to do for themselves moving forward. But yeah, I think there's a conflict between what the community wants and what Main Street's goals are. And that kind of rubs me a little bit off.
Can I interject with something real quick too? Because when we talk about the city as applicant, and we're not talking about like filling out the application, right? Like what I heard in the staff report was this is a significant event planning role, and that your team would be pretty stressed in terms of workload to even be able to pull it off. And that's on top of the things we're asking from you in terms of code changes. And so I wanted to, from my perspective, it wasn't purely just sort of some religious objection to who should be the applicant and who shouldn't, but what I heard about what we're asking of staff and what we can, the resources we can give you. So I think we have to consider that.
So I'm not sure if that's a question or
not a question.
Okay. Jeremy.
Well, I think it's a good event. I think it's nice to have Main Street closed, and it attracts locals out to Main Street, which I would think is something the HPCA would want. But if not, then I would say we should invest our city resources in another part of town that wants to do that and attract people there in that manner as a community event. So as it stands for this specific request, I'd be fine providing a safety net for this year, since we're talking about starting in 10 days. It irks me a bit that we're under the gun on it, but it is what it is. And I would like to look at it as a safety net. So if the other funding comes through, this immediately goes down, whatever that total number is. Moving forward, I definitely agree with the point of view that this should transition to the HPCA at some point. I don't know if that means it's a step down through a few years, or if like this is it, and next year, if the HPCA wants to do it, great, let's do it. And if not, we'll focus our attention elsewhere.
This is a really short turnaround time. Do you have the bandwidth in your staff to pull this off on June 5th?
So in terms of city staffing with police and other departments, we've actually made 2 plans for Sundays. So we have one where if we need to, we'll close Upper Main Street. And if not, then we have another plan also put into place that and also Silly Market's been part of that coordination because it impacts them as well. So I believe we'll be ready for them. We're checking with police today to see what their staffing levels are like to get the first ones done, and also look at HPCA to say, are they ready to start next week? That's a conversation we have to have. So hopefully that answers your question.
It does. I share Jeremy's frustration that here we are, I don't even 10 days in advance of the event or the first event, and we're just now talking about it. I do tend to agree that it would be nice for HPCA to have some skin in the game. If that isn't possible for this year, then in subsequent years. I've had conversations with 2 other business districts in town that are very interested in activating and would like some support from the city, but they are willing to put some skin in the game there too. So I think with it in the future, we're going to need to be really consistent with what we're doing with different neighborhoods.
And thank you. If I could just respectfully add that we were formally told at the end of March that we would need to be the applicant So we haven't had a lot of time to figure out funding sources and react and all of that. So I do hear what you're saying, and I respect that you want us to have skin in the game. And it's not that we just want to take advantage of the council and the city services. We are trying to react as well. And I completely agree that it as an event producer myself, this timeline gives me heartburn for sure.
I'm sure. You have enough direction?
So I'll admit, I'm not clear on if council agrees for us to continue being the applicant this year or not.
If you want the city to be the applicant this year, give me a thumbs up.
And the alternative would be we don't do it in 10 days.
Ginger, I have to look at you. If the city's not the applicant,
Yeah, if the city is not willing to be the applicant, which I do respect all the points of why you wouldn't want to do that. Unfortunately, I would have to say that the car freeze would not happen this summer.
Can I ask, can we be the applicant but not waive all the fees? Can we get like a spread of, or waive it 50% or I don't know.
I mean, the answer is yes. Yes, but I just don't know that.
Yeah, does that help you at all?
I can't start June 5th.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have the funding sources. We weren't prepared for that. Our budget was set last year and last July, as some of you may know, and so this is catching us a little bit off guard. So we don't have the funding sources to support city services this year.
Okay, then I'll be in favor of the city continuing to be an applicant and waiving city fees for this year. And like Jeremy said, give them a year, but there needs to be a plan for next year.
Ryan?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Tana?
Yeah, I mean, I think it sounds like these guys are in favor. I was going to say the other option is we can push it off a couple weeks and wait and see if the funding does come through, right? We don't have to start June 5th. And the fact that you just said that just gave me real anxiety because as a business owner who participates, I didn't even know that.
Well, and I hear what you're saying. I get calls daily. Is it happening? Is it happening? And I say, I don't know. And so to your point, Tana, yes. Now, if depending on what you determine tonight, then I hit the ground running and working with city staff and Silly Market to get the merchants informed and get them out onto the street. That's without knowing about funding for upper Main Street. So the first initial car freeze may not have programming on Upper Main, and maybe we don't want to do those without programming. And those are kind of some conversations we would all need to have.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask is if there's not programming, I can tell you in all disclosure, it doesn't really work at the top of Main Street. There's not a lot of people who are going to the top of Main Street without programming. So I would want that to be part of this.
That buys us some time.
I think in terms of a sweet spot, I'm hearing we're willing to continue to have a little skin in the game for this year. I think to me that sounds like waiving fees is a possibility. I think in terms of being the applicant for the event, what that means for the city is Jenny and I would have to do some paperwork and issue a permit. The big thing is just insurance. And for us, that's an easy one. It doesn't cost us a lot. It kind of hits our existing rider. For the HPCA, that's probably like $2 or $3 grand for the season. They're not prepared to do that right now. But what we're not really prepared to do as staff is produce the day-to-day, week-to-week, every week, getting in 15, 20, 30, 50 people and dealing with where the ropes and stanchions and programming goes. Ginger is willing to do that. So to me, that is like kind of a sweet spot where we're both going to have some skin in the game. We get the event buoyed up for the year. Yeah, we have to figure out the programming on Upper Main for sure. If the money comes in, our fee waivers can go away and they can, cover the cost. So I think there's a pretty good sweet spot. If I described it well, I hope I did.
Yeah,
I think reflects what we're all trying to get to, at least for this year. Does that make sense?
So is it starting or not, I guess?
So what I would say based off of what I've heard tonight is that until we have the funds to program Upper Main, the preference would be not to host a Carpray Sunday unless there's funding to support Upper Main activation.
But that's sorry to interrupt, but that's a business decision, right? I mean, that's totally within HPCA, within Main Street businesses. Like the city doesn't have any skin in that game.
Well, if we apply though,
I think we could condition
We would
it.
apply it
Mhm.
when they figure out the answer to this question.
Yeah.
What I was saying is it changes my decision if we don't have programming. So that's where, but that's just me.
But we're not programming. The HPCA is
HPCA.
programming.
Right. But that is a condition of whether or not it works, in my opinion.
I think we're conditioning the fee waiver and the approval of the event based on whether the street is programmed, which is based on the receipt of this grant. Otherwise, why close the street to just have it closed was the idea.
So just so I'm clear, what I hear you saying is once I receive my grant funding, if I'm fully funded, then, we program every week. But if I'm not fully funded, then I would work with city staff to determine what Sundays we collectively, you being the permit person, me being the producer, would want to do car freeze.
Yeah, but that
I
does not mess with our police and all the people for consistency.
Yeah, let Max go.
So
Max has
So we had an issue. We forgot. I feel like everybody's forgotten that Jenny mentioned. It's a bit of a difficult thing to say. We're going to program. We're not going to program. We're going to have it. We're not going to have it. So to me, it seems like we're either in and they're doing it, or we're out. This part where we micromanage everybody, we got to get off of that program here. We're either in or we're out, and I'm with Jeremy. I think I'm in for this year. I think the top of Main Street might suffer for a second until they get fully programmed, but they're going to want to do that because their merchants, their vendors within HPC are putting that pressure on them. They want the top of the street program. That will be their mission. But this part where we say they can only if that just doesn't work. We're either in or we're out. And for this year, I'm with Jeremy on this one. Let's just say, go, get her done. We know we have a tight timeline. It's going to take a little bit of time to get up to speed. But I want to be real clear. Next year, I don't want to be the applicant for this. I have zero appetite to be the applicant for this in future years. And quite frankly, I'd love to see them come back and at least match funding for our fee waivers. This thing started out as a social distancing event. It wasn't like we wanted to do this thing on Main Street forever and ever. We wanted to keep people, we wanted to activate Main Street and keep people safe. That's no longer the world we're living in. So it's completely changed. I say we give them a year. We're partners for a year. But boy, if we don't see skin in the game next year, I'm not interested in having this conversation again.
Can I clarify? So, because I heard Max's point, so you'd of course have an interest in having the street programmed, but if you don't get the grant that we're going to know about in a week, would you program it yourselves or no?
No, we don't have the money to pay for the programming, and I made the programmer come up so she could help answer the questions.
That's what I thought you meant. So
yeah. So
what I would say is if because I'm kind of with Tana on wanting it programmed or else there's no event. If in a week there's no programming, it's as simple as let's stop paying police and transit to close the street for an event that doesn't exist. Doesn't seem like a really onerous condition for you to manage as a city.
And
so I would attach that condition to it.
It might be a lot longer than that is what I just want to clarify. Like June 5th is supposed to be when it goes to county, but then it also has to they have to read through it. And then before we actually get to county's agenda, just like we are now, and then that decision making. So it might be up until then that we don't know what that looks like. And then we have to decide if they only give us partial funding, which happens all the time, it still might not be enough for the great ideas that we have. So, I mean, what Sunday, right, exactly. So I just want to make sure you understand. So, and even then, once we get the funding, if it's the full funding and we're good to go, it's going to take a little bit to make sure all the ideas that we have come to fruition.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So a couple things here. I mean, one is if we don't do this, part of the reason why I'm supportive of doing it just this year and then figuring it out, I think we're going to create a huge mess between Lower Main Street and Upper Main Street. I really do. I think that crunch of people in the intersection is going to be terrible. It's just not going to end well. The conversation I'm struggling with around the programming is it really sounds like a business focused conversation to me where would 65% of the HPCA support it if it wasn't programmed? And I think that's the answer we don't have, or I don't know if we do. Do we?
So we didn't specifically ask our merchants that question, but I will say that for those folks on the upper Main Street, if we don't have programming, they're not going to come out onto the street. So programming, if we don't get programming to what everyone is saying here, car-free, as Tana said, doesn't really make sense.
Okay.
Did I just answer your question? Sorry.
Yeah, and I mean, to be frank, I don't have a ton of sympathy for the Main Street businesses on this one if the money can't be pulled together to program it. I mean, our sales tax revenues are almost double what they've ever been. So it's like, look, we're going to see a report later that Main Street's third in the city behind online sales in Deer Valley in terms of tax revenue generated. It's not number one, but the businesses are doing just fine. And if you want the event, have the event. If you don't want the event, the community can see, look, we decided not to do it because we didn't think it would work for us. And if they want to go to a different business district who wants the money and wants to have an event, then so be it. But then we also don't want to hear, no, Park City Council, you need to focus on Main Street as the core of Park City, right? It's one or the other.
So we've been up, down, and around and through a lot of rabbit holes this afternoon here. Jenny.
I'm going to try and summarize, and I could be wrong, but I'm going to try and think I have it. So what I understand from council is that council is supportive of the city continuing to be the applicant, and council is supportive of waiving fees as a net or to help HPCA for 1 year. They would still like to see some skin in the game. And then the other part is dependent on HPCA's funding. If that funding doesn't come through, then the event will essentially cease and stop, and we'll open the street back up, and those costs will no longer happen. And I would ask council if it's okay, we can come and report back or do a staff communication or something. If it's okay, if we can just have the leash to work with the HPCA and understand those parameters and come back, or work with our council liaisons, or if we could choose one Main Street liaison and one event liaison to work on kind of those final details with, to help stick onto the agenda.
I think you got it, but I think there's also the 1 year, one more year of the city being the applicant, and then next year it would swap. I like the idea of having liaison, one from the Silly event and one from the HPCA. I'd be happy to be the HPCA liaison on this. Yeah. And who is Park Silly?
The event is, I think Ryan's primary and Jeremy's secondary, but whoever.
Happy to do it.
Okay, great. And we are out of time for this item on the agenda. Thank you, Ginger. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
So I think we'll have to bring the other two events back in another session so that we can move on to the budget as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and do we have to talk about parking rates before Silly starts?
So if we don't talk about parking rates before Silly starts, the parking rates will stay the same until we have that discussion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks. Council, do you need just a real quick break before we start budget? Yeah, okay. Be right back. Restart. Hello, budget. Thank you. May we have silence in the chambers, please?
Silence.
Thank you. Is my microphone working? Yeah. Welcome to the budget team. Sorry, we're running a little bit late. So, and if I can make one comment, if somebody was here to comment on any of the items on the work session, we're not going to have time to take public comment now. We will take it during the regular portion of the meeting when we get to public comment. So,
okay,
go ahead.
Good afternoon. Your Honor and City Council. We're happy to be here. Jed Briggs, Budget Director, Penny Freites, Senior Budget Analyst. We're going to be going over the operating budget today, and just to throw back to this timeline. So we have the operating budget review today, which we're going to go over a little bit about budgeting for outcomes, kind of how that works a little bit more in depth. And then we're also going to talk about a lot of the budget requests and the recommendations. And we have a lot of staff here, department heads, to talk through those areas that council has shown interest in. So anything that's a little bit more high profile, we're going to bring them up here and have them talk through it. June 9th, we'll go over the capital budget. June 16th is fee changes, policies, compensation ordinance, and any other outstanding items. So if there's anything that comes up today that we need to bring back, or on June 9th, that's a good spot for us to talk about it. Looking to adopt the budget on June 23rd. Okay, so we showed this last time, but just wanted to reiterate that in the general fund specifically, but throughout the operating budget, there were kind of some key themes that we were looking at: organizational infrastructure, resort economy mitigation, neighborhood reinvestment, workforce support, and as well as core and essential services. That's always something that we're always looking at and figuring out how to fund. This shows our projected revenue and the projected budget, I guess, for next fiscal year as well. You can see the difference between the capital budget, operating debt on the expense side, and then some of these revenues. So we went over this last time, but just to show a high level. The other thing I just wanted to point out here was our sales tax revenue, very high. We're seeing historic highs, as we talked about last time. This is new. We didn't have the March data last time we talked. And so we're showing 29% up over last March. So huge numbers, a little bit lower than the February numbers. And TRT is up 51% over last fiscal year. So again, really good news across the board. Okay, budgeting for outcomes. We touched upon this last time. I want to go a little bit more in depth today, and I had some examples to kind of walk through how this works. And so we have a couple different departments that I wanted to focus on. I created this little chart just to show some of the things that I talk about a little bit higher level. Strategic is one of the things that we're trying to do when we're doing budgeting for outcomes. Strategy is, in my mind, is that we have a good sense of what our goals are, what our priorities are, and then we're allocating those resources appropriately. Cost effective, we're always looking for ways to save money. And we also are costing out all of our programs across the city. And that helps us to really kind of give a sense of where all of our dollars are going, not just new dollars, but where our dollars are right now. Inclusive. I think this is a very inclusive process. We have different committees that are providing input and recommendations. So we talked about these before. The results team is looking at the operating budget. The CIP committee is looking at capital, and our compensation committee. So we have staff, which is really helping a lot in coming up with the recommendation, working with budget and executive to present the recommendation to council. Council is part of the process as well, obviously, as we're making these recommendations and getting your feedback. And then, but before that is we're really trying to make sure that we understand council's priorities and goals. And that includes understanding what the community's goals are. So I think it's inclusive from all those different levels: the community, council, staff, executive. Comprehensive, again, it is supposed to look at the entire budget. And we'll show that a little bit more in depth. And then best practice. This is considered a best practice for local governments. And I'll just go to this next slide here. So there's a lot of different organizations that we're involved with, nonprofits and different professional organizations that we work with. They consider budgeting for outcomes or priority-based budgeting a best practice. So it's something that I've actually worked with a lot of the founders of this process over the last 10 years, because when it was getting developed in its infancy, there was all these different trainings, and it was kind of this new idea And so I had worked with a lot of these, the founders of this group called Resource X, that they took it, they were in my shoes, essentially, a couple of different guys that worked at different cities that were trying to understand better how to allocate resources from these different cities. And so they would go to these different trainings and talk about it at like GFOA or ICMA. And so I've been to like half a dozen of these trainings, and they're great resources to understand kind of what's the cutting edge practices that we should be doing. The other thing I'll just point out here is that we have over 250 organizations that are doing this in North America. So it is growing. When we had the Colorado Association of Ski Towns here, it was like 6 months ago, I talked with a couple of different city managers and one from Jackson that had recently undergone this, and he was picking my brain to understand how this process works. So it is something where I've talked with a lot of different cities about, and it's considered a very kind of cutting edge and progressive process. The other thing I just want to mention here is kind of the historical context for how we were looking at the budget and trying to understand it a little bit better. FY21, back in March of 2020, that's when COVID hit, if you recall. I think everyone does. But we were just starting our budget process, and so we had to pivot really fast to kind of respond to this global pandemic as well as an impending recession. And so we did a lot of operating cuts, and we did hiring freezes and capital deferrals. And that was something that we took very seriously, and we were very responsive to what we saw as a huge downturn in our sales taxes. We're still kind of living through some of those cuts. We didn't necessarily restore 100% those cuts. We were very strategic in that next fiscal year. For fiscal year 22, we were cautious, we were conservative in our approach, and the reason for that is because it would have been a year ago at this point. We were looking at our sales taxes and we were feeling a little bit more optimistic, but not necessarily seeing the sales taxes that we're seeing today. And so we said, okay, we think the revenues are going to be coming back, but not to the level that we're seeing now. And so we were restoring some of those kind of critical areas, but not necessarily restoring everything. I'd say for FY23 that we had a little bit of a kind of a stabilization mindset of responding to these huge demands for services, for inflationary increases. We also are realizing historic highs in sales taxes, and we're also taking very seriously competitive pay and benefits. And so those are all make up what it is that we're trying to do, I would say, for the FY23 budget. This is a slide that, I had a different slide last time. This is just to show it a little bit more in depth. This is in the packet. I'm not going to go over this right now because I'm going to go through all the different elements of the process as we speak. This is something that we talked about last session as well, just the different BFO scores and the criteria. And I'm going to go through and kind of talk about how we use these in the budgeting process. And the other thing I'll just highlight is that what we talked about previously was that we could go through and change these right now if council wanted. I think what we really should do is focus on the budget recommendations. And I think that's what we agreed to last time. But I do want to circle back during the council retreats. I think that's a better place to really talk about some of these things is like, do you like these weights? Do we have the right priorities, the right themes, and that type of thing? But I did want to make that clear that, we can change these right now if we wanted to. It wouldn't necessarily change the current budget. It doesn't happen automatically. The budget is a very kind of iterative process that you use all these different committees, and they're using these scores to help kind of inform their recommendations. And so if you change the criteria now, it's not like all of a sudden the recommendations change automatically. So just to be clear about that.
Just to throw in there, I believe we did agree that we would have that conversation over the summer and not change anything right now.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just assumed it and moved on. Okay, so I did want to show a little bit of like, okay, how does this all kind of shake out? This is just a little slice of the whole, budgeting for outcomes, all the different programs. So we have over 140 different programs. And this is just a handful here. You got traffic enforcement, transportation management, special events. And the thing I'll point out here is that programs can be cross-departmental, so they can impact a bunch of different departments, especially if you look at special events. This is the biggest one in terms of like how many departments it impacts. You got building maintenance and the economy department, police, parks, and cemetery. But the way that we score it is through that program itself. So even though it impacts different departments, we're scoring it based solely off of that program. Oh, stay there for a second. Then as we go through the scoring, which we just showed all the different criteria, you see the scores in the middle there, and then we'll also assign a quartile. And the quartiles are really just to help us to understand where does it rank. Because if you just did it based off the scores, sometimes it's hard to get a good sense of it. So the quartiles help us, okay, is this kind of in the top quarter or the middle quarter or somewhere in the end? And then what you also see is just, where the current fiscal year, so that's FY22, and then the city manager's recommended budget there in FY23. This is pre-pay plan numbers, by the way, so this doesn't include any of those changes. But you can see that the focus really was on quartiles 1 and 2 in this specific category.
Can we discuss that slide for a second, or do you want to wait till we get through it and then go back?
Sure.
So a question I had for you, I understand the BFO process and the ranking and using the current model, that's all fine. When I saw these, because there were slides for each different area, right? There were a bunch of these. Kind of struck me that the variance reflected something a bit different than the scoring told us. And I know there was a note in there that there's discretion built in. But for example, if we have something with 18 points that got $67,000 additional, but something with 24 points that has $175,000 less. So when we do go through these things, I think it would be helpful context tonight if you could touch on it briefly around what that discretion looks like and how we align to any kind of leading practices there. And then when we go into the deeper conversation about the scoring model, I would hope that the reason for those exceptions helps inform us moving forward to have a model that maybe more accurately reflects what we're trying to accomplish, so those numbers cascade a little better.
And I think when I have a couple of examples of like going through some budget requests a little bit later, and I think that'll help. And just, if you're looking at like the decrease to the 175 in that first one, that was a result of recognizing that we didn't need that money in that program. And so it was for a contract for battery leases in the transportation fund. And so we're able to reduce that because we were looking, we're always looking for cost savings. We did increase in other areas. So that's part of this process too, is, looking for areas that we can save money. And so even if it's in quartile 1, we didn't need that money in that contract service line, right? So this is reflecting us cutting that back because it wasn't needed, right? That's always a little bit hard because there's so many like little nuances like that are hard to say, okay, so everything's going to be in quartile 1, right? But we're also going to show reductions if we're moving money around or reducing. Okay. You can go to the next one. I just really want to, since we are saying that we'd like to come back and talk about these, I did want to just reiterate council's role during this process is really to help us to understand better your goals and your priorities. And so I just wanted to put some bullets together that explain how this process is supposed to work. I think with 3 new council members and a new mayor, I think it would have been hard to dive into this with a lot of depth in that very first council retreat. I think it's good that we're going through this process as we are now, that we can see any kind of areas that we want to improve upon for the next budget. Because I think the next budget cycle can even capture better what it is council is trying to achieve. The other thing I just wanted to mention on this slide is that with the 4, just go to the next one actually. We have these 4 critical priorities that we've talked about. And one of the differences that we're seeing for this budget cycle versus previous budget cycles is this idea of the themes. And I kind of wanted to compare and contrast a little bit. The priorities themselves are something that council has talked about quite a bit over the years, previous councils and this council. And we look at it as more long-term goals, things that we're trying to achieve. So when it comes to housing, for example, we have specific goals that we're trying to achieve, and they're not necessarily just for FY23 or for the next budget cycle. It really is for goals that we're trying to achieve over the next 10, 15, 20 years, right? Could say the same thing about the environment and transportation. And then you gotta go to the next one. And then one thing that's different with the themes was, what are the things that we really need to focus on right now? For what are we putting into this recommended budget based off of what we heard in the council retreat and these different work sessions. And so I know that is kind of a newer concept. It wasn't something that we had necessarily talked about at the retreat, but it was something that we felt strongly about, that we really wanted to be able to capture what it was council and staff were talking about at these different sessions and make sure we reflect that in the budget and reflect that back to you, that these are the areas where, you know, one of the areas is workforce support, right? That isn't necessarily, when we look at like historic unemployment numbers, we're looking at inflation numbers, we're looking at this demand for all these jobs. We always want to be, you know, highly competitive in our pay and our benefits, but to us, it really was, and it's a crisis that we're facing right now. And so that's why it developed into a theme that we wanted to make sure council was aware of, but it wasn't necessarily one of our critical priorities.
Can I say something though, really quickly?
Yeah.
I think one of the things that I feel like we are missing though, maybe, is that connection to the critical priorities and the themes. And one of the things to the priority, you know, you mentioned them being things that we want to focus on long term, but when we first came up with those priorities, they were critical. There was a sense of urgency around them, and they were things that needed to be addressed immediately. And I think one of the things we're feeling is because we haven't been able to address some of those things as quickly as we needed to, we're really feeling the pinch in our workforce. We don't have anyone that lives up here anymore. We don't have anyone to work any of our jobs. So I think that, yes, we need to be talking about workforce support because we are failing in one of our critical priorities. And I think that also kind of ties to the transit and the transportation. It's getting harder and harder for people to commute into town. And that degrades our neighborhoods. That's having a huge impact on, you know, that resort economy and our ability to mitigate it. So I think that we shouldn't lose focus that those critical priorities were critical for a reason, and we're really feeling the impacts of not being able to move on those kind of, you know, as we kind of aspirationally want to, you know, like if we could build 1,000 new workforce units in town, that'd be 1,000 more people who could work 1 or 2 more jobs in town. So I think that there's a very strong tie, and I think we're suffering the consequences from not being able to move as quickly as we wanted to on our critical priorities. And I think that just makes them more critical.
Like, so I think that's a great example of when we revisit this in the summer to hash that out and make this scoring model reflect where we want these programs to fall, right?
I think I think you explained last time it ends up just being sort of additive, right, in the scoring model. So you have these defining themes, and then you had the 5 critical priorities, and they were all weighted, and it all went into a model or into the one that was rated at 2 at aggregate, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, but got it.
Yeah, and I think that's something else that we could talk about in the retreat is, do we want to prioritize? And we've never done this before, like prioritize the different priorities. How does that work with the themes? There's all these different ways and avenues that we could go down. But you can see the criteria if you have a program that fits really well. So we know housing is a critical priority and there's a housing program. So that's going to score the highest, right? That's pretty easy. But when you talk about everything that we're trying to do at the city, there's definitely a lot of nuance to it, a lot of complexity. And I really welcome that conversation, quite frankly, to understand better how council feels about all these different programs and these priorities to make sure that we're allocating resources appropriately. Yeah. Okay, so again, part of this process is transparency and just, you know, touching upon these critical priorities and themes. You can see we're trying to capture where we're putting this money. And so you can see we really focused, even though we did have, these themes, and we are putting a lot of money there or recommending to, we're also recommending a lot of funding in these critical priority areas as we normally do. And I will point out that we have some other groupings which council may or may not like. These were kind of newer, but they were a way to just capture kind of the rest of what we do. And then at the bottom, you have the core and essential services.
So I just want to be really careful with this slide because there's a lot of overlap too, right? And you had to pick a category. So it's not like we're not, I mean, whatever, pick an example, but there's a lot of overlap and things were forced into one category was my understanding, right?
Yeah, and that is our struggle, right? Is how do you compartmentalize all this stuff? And because it really can cross different priorities and themes, and everything we talk about can hit 2 or 3 different goals that we're trying to achieve simultaneously. But part of what we're trying to do is show how we're allocating resources, right? And so that's why we have to put it somewhere. And maybe there's a better way to do it. You could show how it's hitting several different goals simultaneously, but that all adds another layer of complexity. So, but we're open to different ways for sure. This is a new, I've never shown anything like this before. So if you're not liking it, we can do something else.
One question.
I thought you'd actually scored against them all and then scored at an aggregate level against the other factors. You're scoring before the scoring. So that's not really complicated. So
yeah, now you've got 2 consultants here. But let me ask you, so for workforce support, it doesn't appear we're including the pay plan stuff in that one, right? Because
that's accurate. Yeah. And all the numbers that we're looking at here, when we talk about kind of the results team and the city manager, kind of the operating budget, we kind of do that before we get into the pay plan because that inflates numbers that we're not necessarily, that it's kind of outside the process. Yeah. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but again, when we're actually talking about these criteria, we're talking about scoring the different programs at the city, which are essentially services at the city. We have over 140 different services that we're providing. Again, there's a lot of different ways to categorize the services themselves. Once you score those programs, then you can look at cost increases or cost decreases. And that's what the results team has, that information. They have the scoring of every single program and then with the quartiles and how well it fits into council's critical priorities or these different themes. And then that's when we start actually talking about increases. And that's what the results team is looking at. And they go through a voting process to help to prioritize all these different requests, essentially. And that's what I just talked about. Okay, so just a few examples. This is engineering, and it's actually 2 different BFO programs, plan review and inspections. So engineering went through and they were requesting a new position, some materials, some supplies, software, engineering services, contract services. And you can see the BFO score and what quartile it ended up in and the different categories. You see that what the results team did is, they went and looked at that and they had the scoring and then they were looking at the position. The position didn't get recommended initially with the results team. We were recommending the contract services and a couple of other things. And again, what the results team is looking at is how to pay for everything, right? So everything in the general fund, they have a dollar amount that they're trying to hit. And so they have to score the position and then they actually are scoring there's different scenarios that we're looking at. So I am trying to simplify this because there's actually 3 rounds of scoring. So then the results team makes the recommendation to executive. And in this case, it was decided that that position actually was a high priority. And so it ended up back into the recommended budget. But the city manager's recommended budget took out the contract service money, but we added more money to the NTMP program, which is actually in the CIP budget. So again, trying to do this from kind of a high level, not show every single little kind of score or anything like that, but that's kind of the flow of how these things work. So kind of going back to what the results team is looking at, it is very much a committee process and a committee scoring and prioritization. So they are using these kind of BFO scores to help guide them, but they are just going through and making decisions. And this is where kind of the art and the science come into play. So it's not that everything that's scored within the BFO programs is automatically funded. It's they're taking they have to take into account what is being recommended by the manager. Does it make sense to them? How does it weigh compared to all the other requests that we're looking at? Does it fit our scores? And how much money do we have? So we have to take all of that into account when making the recommendation. All right. Parking, I won't go into this in as much depth, but kind of a similar process here where the initial request was a lot higher. They have a score of 19, which is the second quartile. The results team didn't fund this one as high based off of their own scoring process. But then during kind of the evolution of talking about parking and having it be more integral to our traffic solution, they ended up getting more funding. And that was something that was part of that traffic mitigation slide that we have that really says, okay, we're going to take a team approach to understand better how to address our traffic issues. And so initially when parking was kind of going through this process, that wasn't something that we were really talking about. And that kind of came out of these conversations with council, as well as the conversations with executive. So that's kind of how that evolved over time. And again, the point here is to say that the results team sometimes doesn't have all the information. And so in this case, I think executive took a lead role in looking at a high level strategy to help kind of address traffic and kind of this peak day mitigation. And that's something I think the results team kind of struggles with if we're trying to look at a solution that's across multiple departments. Sometimes, I mean, what the results team is really good at is kind of looking at individual requests and not necessarily like a holistic kind of strategy. That's, I think, where they struggle a little bit. And this is where the city manager plays a key role in being able to kind of put all those pieces together and say, this is actually, you know, I've looked at this and I need to understand better that it's not just one department that is going to solve this, but it's going to be amongst multiple departments, and we're going to need a new position. And that wasn't something that the results team had really kind of looked at. And so that came out kind of out of these conversations. So it was an evolution, I would say. And then lastly, this is kind of another one that deals with traffic, but it's the police kind of evolution. Very similar to parking, where the results team, there were, you know, this was a theme that we were talking about, and transportation is a critical priority. So it definitely was scoring high. It was already in the first quartile. So we knew that we were going to make a recommendation in terms of funding. But by the time, you know, things shook out, once it got to the city manager, the kind of strategy had changed a little bit to instead of more part-time and reserve officer money, to really have one traffic officer and have one kind of traffic manager to oversee this whole process. And instead of a bunch of money just in police, we wanted to make it more flexible so they could be kind of dispersed across all these different departments and for these specific needs. And that's where this kind of whole thing kind of came to be. Okay. Well, that's it in terms of examples. Sorry, and for each one of these, there's probably, I don't know, probably 60 of these or something that we could look at. And I'm trying to just give you like little slices because it's a lot. There's a lot of work that goes into it, and it very much is a team effort. We work hand in hand with executive and with the results team to kind of get to this place. Okay, so let's move on to what we're actually recommending, and I'll let Penny kind of take it away. And I'm going to move so that other people can come up here and sit with Penny.
That's right. Okay, last week we presented an overview of the operating budget, and there were a few sections that we wanted to get more detail on and come back to council with more detail on the request and answer questions that you had. So we're going to start with transit, and I think Kim is online. Okay, Kim, if you're ready.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay,
Kim?
hear me? I'm sorry.
Okay, Kim, take it away. Can you hear us?
Hello. Something changed.
We do the chat, or if Robbie's on, if he can come through. Yeah. Okay. We'll start with trails. We know Heinrich's here. It's a long walk. Okay. Well, so last week we said we'd come back with specifically to answer some questions about trails to transit, Bonanza Flat, access, and also fire mitigation. So I will just let you kind of talk about your bullet points here and answer those questions and any questions.
All right, can I look off here? Great. So I think council is pretty familiar with the requests on the ranger program. So going 2 part-times to 2 full-times and the 2 seasonal rangers. And you can see there sort of the duties associated. Any questions associated with that request?
So I was looking at your original trails budget, and we don't have utility vehicle in there. So how will these guys be getting around? Do we have utility vehicles for them?
So we're having that discussion right now. So what seems to happen is that the 2 weren't linked actually in the report. So when the 2 seasonals were approved, the vehicle associated with that wasn't approved. Now we have existing budget to actually take care of that right now, to actually fund that. But I'm working with not only budget, but Troy and the asset management team to make sure that we deal with all those other costs associated with that. Yep.
Didn't know they're walking.
No, that was sometimes those slip through the cracks, that some of the budget requests a lot of times are actually partnered with one another, and they can actually be split at some point. So does that answer your question?
That answers that.
Okay.
Thank you. Jeremy?
So on the ranger program, are they going to be patrolling all over the place? Are they dedicated to certain areas more than others? Specifically interested in how it plays into the next one around Bonanza Flat mitigation, since I think we could probably talk about those together.
So the data that we've collected on parking and trailheads over the past year, although it can be segmented, you're going to have 3 days because there were part-time rangers at that time. So they were on for 3 days and then you had a 3-day gap. But we have a pretty good idea of when the peak times on certain trailheads are set. We're going to continue to collect that data associated with those, and we're going to prioritize rangers in certain places. What I can say is, like, at a status quo is you're going to have 2 rangers that are basically going to be floating in town, like in the neighborhood areas, providing that probably twice a day. Like, so let's use, for example, Round Valley Way. So you will see a ranger go there twice a day. Now it might be at 7 in the morning based on the usage, and it might be 4 in the afternoon, but that's how they'll impact those. Up in Bonanza, we can probably get away with 1 maybe during the week, and then 2 on the weekends. The kicker, if you will, and I can't believe I just used that in a budget request, but you know, there is an overnight parking aspect associated with Bonanza. It's going to stretch those resources a little bit, and we don't know exactly how that sort of coverage is going to work, but we're going to monitor that. And I believe I put this in this request. What we're recommending is actually council gets an update from the rangers of the parking, the enforcement and everything monthly. So you can see the trends that are happening as well, the coverage, and then the citations provided. So this is a little bit of a new area for us, but I feel confident with those 4, we can provide a super high level of service, and it's going to be well above what we've been providing in the past.
Thanks. So as far as it goes, you mentioned the citations. Could we add a little color to how that's going to work outside of city limits? So the Wasatch County stuff?
Excuse me. So I'm glad you asked that question because we actually got an agreement from Wasatch County about 2 hours ago outlining those aspects. That's a draft agreement at the moment. But the agreement, what it states right now is the revenues actually associated with those citations would actually go to the city. So not only where there'll be the ability to recover the costs associated with that, not that we run a parking program to make money, but we could actually use those revenues should like additional resources maybe be desired by council that we could maybe even bring another person on.
Great, thanks.
Yeah. I think, council's pretty familiar with transit to trails. So the funding is $45,000 in the budget right now. There is a $13,000 grant that has been approved by CWC associated with that. So that takes us up to close to 60,000. And I said this at the last meeting and I don't have an update. I know Summit Land Conservancy was seeking some additional restaurant grant funding for enhancing that program more. I don't know what the status of that is, so I apologize for that, but we will have that over the next, I think the awards or the notice goes out in the next couple of weeks. Is anyone familiar? Tana, are you on that?
We just discussed it sometime in early June.
Okay, so yeah, so that information is going to be out. So what that will do is that will drive basically the routes. So the idea is status quo, that it's run out of arts and culture and it provides on the weekends, say 4 routes up, 4 routes back. When we get the bids associated with the RFP, we'll have the numbers to actually massage and see what that coverage is. If we get additional funding, we can actually enhance that. We can actually look at different trailheads in which we would provide those services as well. But until we get the bids and know the grant funding, I'm just going to keep that in flux.
Shall we talk about winter?
Yeah, so winter transit to trails, that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
So that has been a goal of the Trails and Open Space Department. And I think there's been a significant interest in council of trying to support that. Obviously, from just an access standpoint, it presents challenges. I think if council was very interested in this, maybe talking about a placeholder in the budget. I know the numbers that we'll get into this bid process, we could look at exactly what that number would be like. But I mean, I guess I would kick it over to you guys. Is there a number or something you're interested in? Do you need more information associated with that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I have no ability to just throw out a number, let's put it that way. But I would say I'd be supportive of earmarking some money to provide service specifically to Bonanza Flat in the winter and see if we can't work out some of those other details before obviously spending the money. But well, that's one of those other details that we need to work out. But I think, earmarking the money makes it a bit of a different conversation than trying to see if we can do something and coming back later and then trying to find the money. And I think it's enough of a priority. We paid a ton of money for the land up there. People want to use it. And there's a lot of folks who can't make that walk up the hill in the snow, literally. So I don't know how everyone else feels, but I'd be supportive of that approach.
Can I ask a question? So who drives the transit? Is it part of a member of our transit team?
No, it's private. So we actually put out an RFP for a shuttle service. Okay. Last year, the company that was selected was Utah Mountain Shuttles. Straining my mind to remember that. But they provide private shuttle services at a per day cost. And I think last year it was about $560 a day. They provide those routes. Like I said, it was 4 to 5 routes from their arts and culture up to Bonanza Flat and then back on Saturdays and Sundays. So for a winter For a winter for services, obviously weather at 9,000 feet plays a big role. You can plan everything you want, but Mother Nature doesn't participate in that, sort of game sometimes. But you're looking at a $30,000 sort of service associated with that for probably those.
And I don't know anything about this company, but you may have a higher cost in the winter as they might have more demand. So we may have a different.
Yeah, we would bid it again. We would have to bid it again and go out. I can tell you that these are the same services that drive up Big Cottonwood and Little Cottonwood.
Okay.
And they know what they're doing. They have the right equipment, but we would bid it again.
So are you in favor of putting in a placeholder?
Am I?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm not. I would like to make sure that whatever we do in Bonanza Flat moving forward for programming in the winter is very well thought out. We work with our partners, work with Wendy at Utah Open Lands, and make sure that we understand when calving season is and what lands need to rest. And I understand that our community spent a lot of money on that. And it was really, the big goal was to preserve it from development, and the recreational opportunities are also a bonus. But I just know the one thing that I've really learned on council is that you can give people things, but you can't take it away. So the last thing we want to do is start something that blows up too quickly, that we can't control, that we don't have a good plan for a long-term, good management plan for a long-term, and have it blow up into something that we can't control and then not be able to reel it back in. So I think that you guys have done a ton of work on the summer. I really appreciate all the ranger services and all the additional services you're providing up there. And then I just think that when it comes to winter, let's take some time and reach out to the community, see what people really want. But anything that we do, I feel like we need to have a really good plan for management, for growth, for demand, and be willing to move slow up there, because you can't put the genie back in the box once it's out.
Ryan?
I think point well taken, Becca. And so to that point, I guess on anything like this, tell me if I'm thinking correctly from a budget perspective. This is something that sounds promising enough that we'd want to put an earmark in the budget. Then we'd come back and talk about whether it's a really good idea and all the details, right? So I'd be thinking sounds good enough to earmark, and then let's come back and talk about the details and answer the questions Becca raised and go from there.
Unless we have any other priorities, like are there other right now priorities for, that's the other thing. It's like when you earmark money for something, then that means that it can't be used for something that we have a need for right now. So I don't know. I think that we could move into those conversations slowly and deliberately and maybe come back and have a plan for it next year and have a request for it coming from staff. The staff isn't asking for this.
I think that's the fundamental question. Do we want to consider it a priority to figure out access to Bonanza Flat this winter? Personally, I say yes, absolutely, for lots of reasons we could go through. But I agree with your points. And I think all of those can be worked through before spending that money, before committing to the program. But if we don't earmark money for it, I think what we're saying is there's other stuff that's more important right now. Maybe we'll get to this later, which then it likely won't happen for this winter.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that for this. We don't have a plan for, I know it's still early, but I don't know. I just think the amount of time for like outreach and working with Utah Open Lands, like it took us such a long time to get all the land, get a conservation easement on all the land and secure all the pieces and then come up with plans and understand where all the animals are migrating. And it just, what was it called? The Bonanza Flat Management Plan. That took a really long time. So I don't know. I don't want to force something on the staff. They're not saying this is one of our priorities. It wasn't an ask. And it's not something that I have people knocking on my doors every day saying, when are we going to be able to use Bonanza Flats in the wintertime? Maybe you are, but
I've heard it quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. Max, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I think that transit to trails makes a lot of sense to put people on trails that are heavily used. Bonanza Flats is, it was meant to be conserved, not overused. I don't think transit to trails is necessarily the right. I don't want to put people on Bonanza Flats in the wintertime. I I am not hearing a huge desire for that to be a place where we pump a bunch of people into the wilderness in the wintertime. That's diametrically opposed to why we raised the money for that space. It was not to become another Round Valley. So I think the reason that we're doing it in the summertime is to get cars off of that road. That I am 100% supportive of. As much traffic as we can mitigate as possible. Putting people up there is, you're literally, that's doing the opposite of what we're trying to do, which is limit traffic. You're just saying, let's put more people in there. That was not the mission in Bonanza Flats. And if that's changed, I haven't heard it. So I prefer to have that be as much of a wild space as possible for as long as possible. So I don't think earmarking funds right now makes a ton of sense. I think we need to have a really robust conversation about whether we want to change the use of Bonanza Flats from what we paid all the money for to this new recreation focus, which I don't think is what we should be doing. And I'm not hearing that from the community. So maybe we're just all talking to completely different groups of people.
So it sounds like we have 3 council members in favor of putting an earmark in and 2 that would prefer we not.
What does an earmark even look like on this? Like how much money are you thinking?
I think 40,000 was the number I heard. So it would just be a placeholder in the transportation budget. That's what it would be in there as.
So this is just Saturday and Sunday in the summertime? Is that right? Is that what you said?
So again, depending on the bids that we get back and the amount of funding, it could be more than that. So,
Okay.
Ideally, the goal of Transit to Trails is to provide an option so people don't have to drive their car up there. That's less parking, so the more we can provide, the better, I think.
Well, I just was wondering what the pulse was of the council on other locations too in the summertime. If we're talking summer, are there other trails that we should maybe put some money into taking people to specific trails in neighborhoods or anything like that? Or do you guys not see that as a...
Didn't you try that last summer?
Your Honor, we did, and we had limited success. And so I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater on that as well. Cheryl and I worked on quite a bit of that. The difficulty is when you're driving to arts and culture and you're asking people to get in a shuttle and drive them back to Round Valley Way that they just left kind of from or in that area, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But I think the intent, if Cheryl's successful with some of her grant funding, that we should be looking at. Maybe you've brought up in the past Silver Star, the Armstrong area. Again, talking to the neighborhoods at Iron Canyon, up top and things. So there are some avenues there that we could explore, but geographically, Bonanza makes the most sense.
So wondering if there's more money to put in.
If this is helpful, on the 9th, we have a work session. We have an hour-long work session, sort of our annual Trails and Open Space update, where I think we can dive into some of these issues deeper and sort of begin scoping a plan and working with stakeholders, if that helps.
Okay, Your Honor, if there's any questions, I think the next one was just a grooming aspect. There's $7,000 associated with winter trash, grooming, et cetera, on the rail trail when we take over management of that. But outside of that, to Matt's point, the June 9th will be the discussion associated with a lot of that other stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sounds like Kim can hear us now. So we are going to shift gears and go back to transit.
Can you hear me now is the question.
I can.
Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. So just to give you a little background, Park City Transit has provided fare free public transportation since 1975. I don't know that everybody's aware of that. So today, Park City is running 9 bus routes. We have 66 full-time and seasonal operators and 45 vehicles since our separation with High Valley. And 13 of those vehicles are zero emission buses, which cost $1 billion per bus. So they're great for the environment, but it is a huge cost to convert the fleet. And that is our goal by 2030. So we continue to work towards that. We help transport residents, visitors, festival goers, and employees year round, 21 hours a day, 365 days a year. So we are considered a rural transit agency, and therefore we receive our funding through UDOT, who receives it through the FTA. On average, every year we receive about $2 to $3 million for operations. That has varied quite a bit with the recent CARES funds and so forth. And our operations budget request for this year is $14 million. So before the pandemic, we were moving 2 million riders back in 2019, and that is just the Park City routes, not the routes we were running for the county. In 2020, of course, we saw a dip in that, but we still moved 1 million people, and it is coming back. We're not back to 2019 numbers, but we moved 1.5 million people last year. So obviously, transit's a critical, important service for the community and the visitors of Park City. So some of our requests this budget cycle is new positions to help better support transit. The first position is an ITS, transit position tech coordinator. That is for Franklin Williams, and they are responsible for maintaining the technological equipment on the bus that does our passenger counting, makes our announcements, does the head signs, has the camera system. So these are all very important systems that we strongly rely on, and the public relies on too, because it powers my stop. So he needs some additional help to keep up on the demand there. And we also are asking to upgrade our safety and training administrator role. This is a role that is still fairly new to Park City Transit. It came about with the reorganization about 2.5, 3 years ago. And I think that it's not properly placed because we've had a really difficult time finding a person that is an expert in training as well as safety that is able to either commute or live close to Park City. So upgrading that role, I'm hoping that we'll see more applicant flow as we need to fill it at this time, and anticipate going out in July to fill that position. Also, I'm asking for 2 additional supervisors. While we are, smaller since our split with High Valley, we were never sufficiently staffed with supervisors in the beginning because of the change in the model that we're now operating under. In the past, supervisors were not there when the service was being run at all times, 7 days a week. They kind of worked more office hours. And so they did more administrative duties than actually supporting the operators and supporting the system. And we've flipped that model, and I think we've seen a lot of great improvement in many ways for that. But we really need more people to do that, to cover these hours, these days, these holidays. If anyone goes out on medical leave or takes a vacation, we have a hole and we don't have coverage. Supervisors have a very important role. They're supporting the system, the operators. If there's an accident, they're responding to it. They're making determinations of whether or not to drug test and which type of drug test to issue. They're covering the late night citywide. There's a lot of activity on the late night citywide in the winter that the supervisors have been able to help with. Sometimes we get some rowdy folks that have been out having fun, and we don't want to leave the operator out there to try to drive and deal with that on their own. So it's been appreciated by our folks that they have that coverage and support at night. And they help with trippers. Sometimes we need an extra bus, and they're all able to drive. They all have a CDL, so it gives us a lot of flexibility. And unfortunately, because of our operator shortages this past winter, they were driving on a pretty regular basis. So they really helped us maintain the amount of coverage we did maintain, although it wasn't 100%. So I think what's really important to remember is, this is different than an office and environment. And so if an operator's out there and they get sick and they need to be relieved from a bus, or they just need a break because the route's running late due to traffic, we don't necessarily have another operator that can go out and help them because they're operating as well, but a supervisor could step in and do that. And so it's really important to have that kind of option, but be efficient with that head count and have them take on additional duties when that's not needed. And we also, of course, want to have a placeholder for the microtransit pilot that we plan on launching, in the event that that does go through. We want to make sure we're budgeted for it.
So that kind of summarizes the FY23 requests. Do you have any other questions for Kim?
Jeremy?
In terms of the 2 new supervisors, I guess to sum it up would be, if we didn't split with High Valley Transit, would you still be requesting them?
Yes, I would.
Thanks.
Just for the coverage. Yeah.
Okay. And then has increased frequency been contemplated in this budget? I know it's something we've talked about a few times over the past few months.
Yes, I wouldn't say we're adding additional monies for that. We are waiting for the short range transit plan to see where we're going to be putting the service and trying to do that within our existing budget as much as possible. So typically what we look at is, where can we spend those dollars to the best ability to provide the most service. And frequency, as we've heard quite clearly in this short range process, is a big deal for our riders.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Right. So can I just clarify? So this is transportation operations. So this is so 850 is the additional budget essentially for service. So 500,000 for the microtransit pilot. If we want to add another bus route or of course additional frequency, that all comes out of this this increase to transit operations. So we're pretty tapped out in terms of if it's not coming from the microtransit pilot and we don't get just really creative with what we're doing with our new resources here, we would not be able to expand service to areas today that don't have coverage.
Right, meaning all the funds we put in right now have a plan for them. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much. So,
right. And that's flexible. We can change that plan, but yes.
That's okay. Yeah, just want to make sure I understood.
So we have the placeholders in for these that we're talking about.
So can I add on to that though? Because when you look at the budget numbers so that's just said 14 million to operate the transportation operations, I should say. And then we have a slide in one of the exhibits that says the transportation fund is around 28 million. Is the gap just capital or?
Do you want to speak to that, Ted?
Yeah, that's mostly the gap. Yes.
Oh, fair enough. Thanks.
Sorry, I was gonna say something else, but that's it. That's pretty simple.
So then if the gap is capital, you could double this budget and you still couldn't add service if capital is your constraint. Is that also true then?
No.
Okay.
So, and we could probably go into this a little bit, maybe in fact, why don't we just talk through this slide? I think Robbie was going to hit it and he can talk through that a little bit because there's just different revenue sources that go to different areas. And a big part of paying for capital projects is federal grants. And those are delineated between operations and capital. And so we have a big capital budget for FY23, but a lot of that is for electric buses, about 14. Well, I think it's going to be 17 million when all is said and done.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is Robbie on the line?
Yeah. Before we move off of this, I have a question. Are we fully, are the positions that, like the operator positions that are already approved, are they fully staffed?
No, we're still not fully staffed. It's a lot better than it was this winter because we've reduced the service, but we are hoping some of our other budget requests go through so we can really focus on getting fully staffed for the next winter. This is the first time in my career I've missed trips because of operator availability, and I don't want to do that again. So we're working hard on that.
Okay.
All right. I'm Robbie Smoot, Business Intelligence Analyst, Park City Transit, and we are going to get into more of the budget now. So the slide you're looking at, you've seen something similar to this before. This is just showing us where we're at year to date in FY22, our adjusted budget for FY22, and then the change into FY23. Revenues at the top, expenses at the bottom. You can see that the increase to our operation expenses is 2.1 million. Some of the figures that we have discussed just previously, most significantly don't include the pay plan increase. And then the capital projects is significant in FY22 in the adjusted budget, while we're not necessarily receiving the revenues from the federal grants in FY22. That most of those expenses we were hoping would get expended in FY22, but due to delays, mostly due to COVID, it's kind of been pushed back a little bit further. And you can go to the next slide, Penny. This is just decomposing what the revenues are, the sources, and the expenses And then the next slide is going to get more into why we have a $2.1 million increase to our operational budget. Before we split with the county, our operations budget got up above $14 million. Post split, I will just mention, this is we're not even through our first full year of operating on our own. And once we've completed that first full year, we're gonna have a much better idea of exactly, what we're dealing with. But moving into FY23, the pay plan is really covering a very significant portion of the increase. The pay plan, with addition to the personnel requests, the 2 supervisors, and the reclass of the safety and training administrator and the IT position, is a $385,000 increase. And then all of our other, GL items or expense items have very minor increases. The microtransit is really taking up the majority of it. And we do have an increase to electric bus charging, as we will be receiving new electric buses come, I believe, in November of this year. So the hope is we save money on fuel, and we do end up paying a little bit more on bus charging. And you can move on to the next slide. And this is just a basic summary of what our operations kind of look like. Our overhead expenses are significant. Those are going to be, our utilities, the sewer, our contract services, lobbyists, support, all of those types of things. Operators to run the system are also very significant. $5.8 million for 59 full-time operators. I suppose that also does include the cost for the part-time seasonal is much lower. So you can see how we are we're getting back up to close to the $14 million range that we were at before, when we were operating with the county. And pay plan is a significant factor in that. And this slide is just kind of giving a deeper dive into those overhead costs. I will say that there are a few of these costs in here that are variable. The interfund transfer is made up of the fuel that we use for the buses and the maintenance that we use for the buses. And those 2 items, they do have the possibility to vary based on the level of service that we are providing. And electric charging would be one of those as well. But besides that, most of these, basically all of these expenses are quite fixed, and they're not going to really change if we, increase service on the 1 red or if we decrease service on the 5 yellow. This is what it takes us just to run our business. And I believe that is that slide is, I think, more related to the trails. So that's kind of the end of our transit slide. So happy to answer any questions if you have any.
I do. Go ahead. All right.
I just had one, just a clarification. So can you go to the prior slide of the pie chart?
This one?
So I have a slide in my packet that's like 4.2 million for operators and 5.8.
We're missing the vacancy factor. That line item in the slide.
Okay. Vacancy got rolled into what? That gets you to 5.2 on operators.
Yeah. The vacancy factor, the last meeting we had a brief discussion about that. Matt Diaz explained we are budgeting at the highest pay grade of each position. So that is what is making up that difference.
I think the question is, you have a slide that said 4.2?
We do 4.2.
Yeah, and this one says 5.8. Yeah. So even with the vacancy factor, that takes it down to 5.2. Was there an earlier slide?
Actually, the total is just lower.
The total operations in our slide is 12.662 versus your 13,964.
I don't believe that includes the pay plan.
Okay, so that was their budget before pay plan expenses, and this reflects.
I mean, as Jed kind of mentioned before, like pay plan, it kind of comes in as an after the fact thing. So I have seen different numbers that they do not include the pay plan. This is including the pay plan increase.
Let's clarify that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Jeremy?
So under the umbrella of kind of understanding the story here on the transit service or transportation operations. So we're almost back where we were from an operational cost perspective before the split with High Valley Transit, right?
We are approaching that level, yes. And if we, once micro transit, if that becomes a full-fledged service and we start servicing Quinn's area, whether that's Quinn's or Richardson Flat or otherwise, we'll be basically right back to that level.
And can I just mention too, that we still have one regional route that probably costs between $3.5 million, the 10 white, that will be going to the county April of 2024, if I'm correct on that.
Correct.
And so that there's a little bit of a delayed separation on that. And that's a big chunk of why the numbers are a little higher.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, once we cease running that route, we anticipate our operating expenses to decrease by between $3 and $4 million.
And the other factors are what? Increased service level, increased pay requirements, inflation.
Inflation, pay.
Yeah, inflation. Pay plan is obviously the biggest factors, as I've said. There's a few items for inflation, and for example, with these new buses that we're getting, we have to send people out to the Gillig factory for acceptance testing, which that was, we had $0 in our budget last year for travel, and that is going to be a requirement for this year.
Yeah, we feel pretty behind. I think you remember, Jeremy, some of those numbers we showed you from similar properties like in Aspen and the operator wages. Because when the Mercer study happened for the rest of the city, the operators were not really included in that study. It's been my experience in transit that it's very hard to get pay studies for transit specific roles. So this isn't an uncommon thing. So HR actually did a lot of legwork after all of that to get ready for this pay plan to make sure we were in line with the market. And we definitely are not in line with the market for operators right now.
Thanks, that's helpful. And perhaps it's not something during the budget process, but I do think it's worth sitting down, maybe it's even from a liaison perspective with High Valley Transit, understanding how their costs are trending, how ours are trending, and just figuring it out a bit. The story's just a little clunky. I mean, and we can maybe describe it better for the community at that point over the summer or something.
Okay.
Definitely. Any other questions on transit?
Max, I haven't been ignoring you. Do you have any comments on any of this?
No, I think Jeremy's trying to get out a policy conversation that he's been questioning for a long time about our separation from High Valley. And I think you guys have shown relatively clearly that, we don't know what the cost is if we had stayed together with the county, and their costs are astronomical right now. And so I don't know that we're ever going to have all of that information, but I don't know.
I'd say I'm more requesting to justify it than questioning the result. I'm fine
So
with
you want to justify a decision that's been made and has shown to work pretty well? Is that what you're saying?
No, I want to justify the pretty large increase in operational costs.
Okay, let's go on.
Okay, so we'll switch gears. I had sandwiched parking between trails and the traffic conversation because our parking department is very dynamic. They support multiple departments throughout the city. So Johnny's here to talk about parking, and you noticed in Jed's example that the request evolved between the results team recommendation and the final executive recommendation to reclass a couple of the officers and other employees there. And I think Johnny will do a great job explaining like why these reclasses are necessary, because our parking officers don't just walk up and down Main Street and give violations. So, or do they?
First of all, are there any questions regarding any of those parking items?
From the slide?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
What's a
essentially-
subscription?
Yeah, so during the, and greetings, Mayor and Council. I am Johnny Wasden, the parking manager for Parks and Municipal. Sorry about that. Yeah, so the subscriptions during the pandemic, we were able to slice off about 20% of our operating budget and essentially staving off quite a few of our projects and some of our services, and kind of just working bare bones with some of the lack of, I think, predictability, and that we were, and lack of clarity on where we were going to land after the pandemic. And so that's essentially just a restoration to what our previous subscriptions were, and moving to more cloud-based technology and services. We are seeing a little bit of a hike in those subscriptions. And so we're just looking to restore that from where it once was before we made some of those cuts. So we were able to get by, but could use them at this point once again. So, and any other questions? I just, yeah, I can go into a little bit about some of the reclass of the transportation demand management position if you'd like. Yeah. Yeah, essentially, in interest of both attraction to being working for parking, which is always a little bit of a hassle. We are fully staffed right now, though, fingers crossed. The kind of a draw that we have is, you know, when we do hire officers, a lot of times they just think they're going to be slinging tickets on cars, but we have a much higher level of expectation for each of those officers. You know, we essentially want them to be engaged with the community as often as possible, have conversations with residents, you know, and essentially just try to get a little bit more involved with the community. You know, a lot of our officers have good relationships with a lot of our residents, and to where they feel comfortable enough to be reaching out over text to our field enforcement phone and just say, hey, I've seen something over here. Can you come check it out? You know, so I love having that kind of confidence in our team, and that they see them have that kind of real connection and more about community policing almost, to where they feel that they're going to get solutions and resolutions to their concerns when they do reach out to us. So kind of when officers do get here, they do recognize that there is a lot more demand for their services, and also in tandem where we assist with some of the COVID testing sites, you know, through the pandemic, and as well as with the peak traffic management. You know, we've just taken on quite a few more, I guess, dynamic roles to where we want to support other departments. And again, just sort of set ourselves up for success when we're trying to draw additional staff to our departments to understand that, yeah, there's a higher level of expectation here. And we are oftentimes the first and last contact if we do the parking in the community. You know, so essentially this is just to kind of raise the bar for those officers. We also intend to get them additional training in you know, de-escalation techniques or customer service, you know, like trainings and whatnot, and a little bit more technical training as well as on our cloud-based systems. So, and then our reclassification of our analysts, they are the heart of Public Works. They support every single department of Public Works and beyond. A lot of times they reroute and help customers get a full resolution to their inquiries when they call, you know, whether that be hey, I don't know why the trash didn't come today. It's like, well, that's not us. Let me help you get there. And so they do provide a high level of customer service. And that position has been, those positions have been a little bit stagnant in their pay. And I'd love to retain in order to keep the momentum that we've developed in serving the community. And a little bit more of our phones and supplies. It's kind of a small piece, but any questions?
I have one. I love everything you said about their customer service aspect of it. Do we also kind of encourage, so like if you're walking down Main Street, they are probably the first ones to see something might be wrong, like there's graffiti here, or this looks like it could be a potential safety hazard. Is that something that we are encouraging and trying to, I guess, embrace that they have the authority to come to you and say, hey, we've got to fix this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And they actually, our officers do love being able to be kind of those eyes on the streets to help coordinate appropriate response from other city departments and whatnot. I'll often, we've returned lost dogs to owners, and we just, lost and found service before we can get it over to KPCW. Sometimes we can get it resolved right there. Our officers are, they really, I look for individuals that want to serve the community and they want to give back and do more than just write tickets, which is obviously that necessary evil that some cities have to have, but we don't have to be evil about it. We can be an asset to the community, and that's kind of our guiding.
Well, thank you, because you're like the happiest parking person I've ever met, and it's amazing. You're like the best.
Better,
so this is like a compliment to you that you make it fun to give tickets.
Oh no. No, but thank you for the feedback.
Any other questions for parking? Okay, thank you, Jody.
Okay, thanks so much.
One thing I was going to mention on parking is that it is self-contained. It's in the transportation fund, but the revenues pay for the expenses. And the revenues have been doing well over the last year or so. So that helps to pay for these increases. And then we're also recommending a fee increase, which you'll see on June 16th.
Welcome, Chief.
Mayor and Council, how are you? Oh, that's all right. Wade Carpenter, Park City Police Department, and Rob McKinney with Park City Police Department. Thank you.
Here to circle back on the traffic mitigation plan that we discussed last week and hear from police.
Answer any questions you might have. Matt, would you like to?
Yeah, if I could lead out, just Matt Dias, City Manager. Last week, you asked us a direct question about the billing system that we had been with Park City Mountain for all of the additional level of service. And so we're just pleased to report that invoice has been paid, which just shows the positive relationship and hopefully collaborative aspect of managing traffic and congestion in the resort base in our community. So I wanted to lead with that. And then I didn't know if you had any additional questions. The other follow-up on this item was just to hear from the chief, or you might have had some questions for the chief.
I'd love to welcome Chief back to Chambers.
It's nice to be back.
Missed you.
Councilman, nice to be back with you today.
Yeah, I think the overarching question is just, does this plan work, right? We heard from the police department originally when we talked about some different options around how to accomplish what we're trying to do here. And really just figured it made sense to circle back to the folks who said, this would work. And then we came up with something a little different and ask, will this still work, right? Do you support this approach? Is it a good place to start? Just kind of frame it up for us.
I'd like to first thank you all for taking this so seriously and for the support. That's very important to us. And the reality, obviously, this is a big lift in the city. It's definitely a critical priority. We've looked at this. We've met with the various teams on this scalable approach, which we think is probably the best route to take right now. One of the issues we're running into is staffing, retention, and hiring new officers it's been very difficult. And so to just have a huge influx of officers, I'm worried in part that we'd be able to hire those. Secondly, be able to retain them, fill the positions at post, and long-term have the best bang for our buck. And I think working with Manager Dias, he's kind of looked at a multi-faceted approach, looking at this being owned by numerous departments versus this just being a traffic initiative, if you will. I believe that the concept of looking at multi-agencies working on this plan with signage, with barricades, with a traffic manager, working with police is definitely going to be a better approach. And then as we look at what specific needs need to be met and added to, I think we come back with those recommendations to the council. I think that would be the most responsible approach for us right now.
So the only thing that actually isn't included in here that we forgot to mention is our emergency manager is also going to get posted. It's a police term for going through the academy. Oh, it is? is it in there? I apologize. We didn't mention it last week, I don't think though, but that's hopefully just showing the level of commitment, emergency manager willing to go through the post so he can actually get out there and help us work the rights of way. That'll be another big asset.
Wow.
Sorry, Benny.
Great.
Be happy to answer any specific questions that you might have. We had when we went through as priorities, one of our major priorities obviously was the violent crimes detective, that 223,000. Looking at traffic, that's always a huge issue for all of us, and there's health, safety, and welfare issues there as well. But we're looking at trying to better protect victims of violent crime, which I think is a priority. That is a mainstay for us in this community. For us in a resort community, we've seen what's happened to other resort communities where they've had failures in those areas. And I think it's very, very important that we have that specific follow-up from our teams. I can go through each budget line item if you like and give you a total summation of that if you like. I'm not sure how you'd like me to proceed.
You okay? Yep. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
And Vi had to change a tire on his way up here today.
You guys weren't making me sweat.
Scott. I don't think Scott's joining us, so.
Yeah, we talked about this last time. Scott's out sick. I don't know if there's anything else that I wanted to add, just that, technology, data science, major kind of operating systems are a huge need for any city or any organization. And so this was part of our themes this year. This was something that we wanted to hit upon pretty extensively. I think one of the questions that came up, if you want to flip to the next slide, is how do we pay for these things if we have multiple funds? So in terms of operations, pretty much everything within information technology is centralized within Scott's operation, within his department, within his team. The exception to that is within transportation. They do have some things that are very high focused with regard to these new buses that have a lot more technology on them than what they had 10 years ago. And so the decision to kind of decentralize that happened about 4 or 5 years ago, I would say, and to have that kind of break out. But by and large, all of the IT operations like the help desk and replacing computers, that all happens through the general fund and through IT. But I will say that we do charge the different enterprise funds appropriately for those services. So the water fund is paying for their fair share, and we track that and analyze it through help desk tickets, as well as like how many computers they have, how much need they have for all these different services. And then on the capital side, we also, they are delineated within the capital budget. So in terms of computer equipment and software, they will have different equipment replacement funds that are set up as capital projects, but it'll be for, one for the general fund, one for transportation, one for water, and even golf has their own one. So it is, we try really hard to make sure that the different funds are paying their fair share.
And Jeremy, I know that you had the question about decentralized versus sort of centralized IT services. And I mean, Scott would be okay with me saying that Scott's really not feeling well. So that's the reason he's home. So he's upset that he can't be here and he apologizes. But we'll follow up on sort of that long-term calendar that we're building in the future to have that type of a technology discussion about the city's needs and about sort of the approach and the strategy that we use versus centralized, decentralized assessments to the other funds.
Any questions about IT?
So that'll be appreciated when that comes back. That's fine. We don't have to do that in the immediate term. I did have 2 other questions, which maybe we can wait until Scott's feeling better. But just as a heads up, one was around not funding the $75,000 for the ERP financial system, which I'm assuming might have been rolled into capital, but I'd like to talk a little bit about that. And the second was around the Gartner research. If it's one of those, should we spend money to save money things?
I could speak to the ERP system. That's to replace our financial system. So we're putting in $250 to pay for kind of consulting services and to prepare us for actually changing over. But the $75,000 represents kind of the annual maintenance contract for the software. We don't feel that we'll be able to do that in the FY23 timeframe. That'll probably happen in FY24 or maybe the next fiscal year. So it's on our radar and it's something that we're talking about, but it wasn't something we necessarily needed for the next fiscal year.
We'll come back to you on the Gartner. Cut it in half.
Thank you.
Okay, our next section to discuss was the reinvesting in neighborhoods. So John Robertson is here to talk about NTMP, and then we have a couple other department managers to go through these requests as well.
Thank you, Penny. Madam Mayor, council members, John Robertson, city engineer. I'm here to talk just briefly about the improvements that we're looking for in the neighborhood transportation or neighborhood traffic mitigation program, excuse me. Currently, the current program is it's been in place for a number of years. It's done a really good job at kind of one-offs and requests from residents here and there. It's very regulatory in nature and hasn't really been proactive in really looking at solving issues through corridors, et cetera. We've kind of really waited for requests to come. What we're looking to do is kind of update this policy, and we will be bringing back to council an updated policy that does present itself as more interactive, provides more solutions and options for people to consider in their neighborhoods. And so those are the improvements we're looking to do with the policy in general. Improvements we're doing right now that we've already put in place are we've updated the city's website to make it a little bit easier to follow, provide clear information for where people can go to access. We've improved the tracking system for requests. Previously, it was really just submit a piece of paper, and that's kind of how it was followed. We have a system in place, a database system in place that allows us to track, allows the residents to go on to the website and also track the status of their requests as we go through. So it's been a good program. Nestor has done a really good job in reaching out to people, following up with residents and the requests, and he's done a really good job at that. He does have a lot of work to do. It's outside of the NTMP. It is taking a lot of his time. And so we're looking to offset that to help with getting that additional staff member, analyst that would help track the requests, that would help to set up meetings and help to coordinate with residents solutions and with public works the solutions that are going to be required that come out of that. So those are that's a new position we're looking to add in. We're also looking for some additional costs to do more projects, or larger projects, I should say, instead of just the one-offs. We're getting a lot of requests that kind of within a residential neighborhood or corridor, we're seeing requests along the whole corridor rather than just one area. So having an extra bonus not bonus, but extra funds to be able to do larger projects that come out of these requests and other things is also why we're asking for some additional money for those specific areas. And then also we're looking to continue to improve our traffic counting investments. We've already worked with PD to get temporary trailers that can be taken to many locations when requests come in. We're also looking to put in some permanent counters at certain locations in key areas to make sure we can track and follow trends and other things as traffic does increase in the neighborhoods. And as we look for solutions that we hope to propose in the new policy to give people opportunities to find solutions to reduce traffic coming in the neighborhood, to reduce speeds in their neighborhoods and other things of that nature. So I'm here to answer any questions you might have about this particular investment and reinvestment in the neighborhoods in this program.
I'll say I've from the members of the community that have worked with Nestor, I've gotten great feedback on every time he interfaces with a community group, and so as we augment people, I hope we will keep him community facing because he's a really positive aspect of the program. So
appreciate that.
Yeah.
So those small signs that in the neighborhoods that tell you when you might be going just a little more than what the posted speed limit is.
Have you noticed this?
I've seen other people use them. Just saying. If we had to add more, would those be capital?
That's part of it's extra capital that those additional dollars we're asking for will help to pay for more of those that placed in different locations throughout town.
Well, I have to tell you, the new ones that I've witnessed other people speeding past, that have the blue and red flashing lights certainly get your attention. Just saying. Yeah, I've learned from a friend. Yeah.
I do have a question, and I don't know if it's the right spot for this, but some of the feedback we got when we were doing the 9th Street Stairs open houses was, how do we get, even right now, more signage from the resort to Main Street in like, these are the stairs that are here, this is how you should go, and really try to mitigate the issues of people walking from the resort to Main Street. So I think I've said it before, but I feel like signage is something we are lacking a little bit of. And so is that in here anywhere?
Yes, definitely. The NTMP is definitely the place you would go to request additional signage that is placed within the public right of way to help show for wayfinding and other things. This is definitely the process you would follow to do that. Okay, thank you.
And then specifically, we had a question on the housing FTE. So Jason's going to speak to that.
Good afternoon, Jason Glidden, Housing Manager. Just regarding this FTE, what this is really a placeholder for our team here. As we move into this next year, we are expecting our workload, which is already pretty heavy for a relatively small department, to continue to increase. We've got some pretty complex projects coming up, which we hope to kick off even more. We expect after a successful city tour, we're going to have some more ideas that are going to come our way. So this would be a placeholder to provide some additional professional expertise and support. We're not exactly sure what that means yet. We're working on that and hope to have that defined probably in the next couple of weeks here.
Jeremy?
In general, where would money fall to fund some of these programs that we might be trying in the budget year?
I'm sorry, I guess the current programs that we have.
No, like if we try any of those new ones, like you referenced, there's some new ideas floating out there and we might need money to fund them if there's subsidy or incentives or whatever they are.
Yeah, I usually come to like these guys here and this guy behind me and say, I need this money and we need to find some money. And they get pretty creative about trying to find some of it. I mean, we do have a housing fund, obviously, that we can utilize, but those funds definitely come, some of them have restrictions on them. And so, we need to be very careful that they're being used for the development of affordable housing for the majority of them. So, it is a discussion I know Councilmember Gerber's brought up a couple of times that, because we do have a lot of restricted funds, we may need to start looking for additional funds beyond that don't have these restrictions so that we can try new programs that maybe aren't as restricted and that we can be used for additional pilot programs to try some new and innovative things. So to answer your question, we don't necessarily have something identified until we work through the program a little bit more.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, just to throw it out there, if moving forward, it would make sense to set up an account for that or a fund for that and figure out an amount that makes sense for pilot programs or other things. I think that would make sense personally.
Tana?
I agree with you as well.
Great, someone else says it. I agree.
I don't think we've ever said no.
Okay. Thank you, Jason.
Okay, another area we wanted to talk a little more about was recreation and some of the initiatives we are doing for our local residents. So we have Ken here to talk about that.
Thank you.
All right, I'll get close. I usually don't need a microphone. Mayor, City Council, Ken Fisher, Recreation Director. I'm here to obviously answer any questions you have, but also to highlight some of our community initiatives that we have. And I think as I come before council in the past, I always sort of start off with our mission statement because I think it's a key component. And it is enriching the lives in our community through exceptional people, programs, and facilities. So really, enriching the lives in the community, that's what we're all about. That's everything recreation. We are focused on the resident, the visitor, people that are using our facilities. One of the programs that's key that we started last September or last August is our sliding fee scale. And this was a complete change of how we'd handled scholarships before in the past. In the past, it was just for kids. And basically the criteria was that you had to qualify for free or reduced lunch, school lunch. And then you got a set 70% discount off a program. But again, with the social equity initiative and all that, we realized that there are a lot of people in the community that would benefit from maybe a 30%, 50% discount. So we put a program in place based on the Summit County's average median income, where residents, members of Summit County, and anyone that works in the city limits can come in and apply, fill out an online application, and they can get qualified for a discount. And that's for adults as well as kids. And I pulled some numbers from you. So since August, we've had 102 participants in that program, and 31 of those are adults. So those are people before that were never getting a discount. And those adults are getting, give you an idea, we've waived about $40,000 in fees and discounts, and about 24,000 of that is in day camp, and 15,000 is in our programs and passes. So it's being utilized. And then I know the question always comes up, well, what's the zip code breakdown on these? And out of those 102 people, 59 of them are in 84060. 26 of them are 84098. And the remainder work within the city limits. So far, right, we're not even a year into it. It's been, in my mind, fairly successful from that end. And hopefully we'll continue to have that grow. This is also the third year that we've worked on prioritizing summer day camp registration for city residents as well as those that work within the city, and we pre-qualify everybody that would qualify. So in other words, they need to either submit a paycheck or proof of residency to us. They get what we call a flag on their account, enables them to register at an early date. And this year we're sold out once again at 95 kids. The program, right, it all filled out with that pre-registration. There was no openings for someone that does not live or work in the community on that end. We have licensed now Miners Hospital as well as the city park building. So a few years ago, our capacity was about 65 kids. We can actually have I'm going to get in trouble for saying this. We're licensed, I think, up to 125 kids total. But the issue is with the facilities, it's just unmanageable for us. So staff feels that, that 95 kids is about the max they can handle at this time. Any questions on any of that? Okay. And then some of the capital projects, as you know, we are replacing the play feature in the leisure bowl. And of course, we're hoping to have it done for this weekend. It is delayed, I think, to the 4th of June, but luckily the weather's not supposed to be very good. So I am in cahoots with Mother Nature in case you're wondering. Then we're replacing the playground at Prospector Park, and then we're doing the turf field out at Quinn's, right? And these are all certainly community-focused areas that get well used.
Great.
Yeah.
Couple quick things.
Sure.
I don't know if it's exactly budget related, but since it was in the report, I'd love to explore that priority registration we have for summer camps, also to some of our group lessons for kids. Those are filling up really quickly, and Park City locals are getting shut out on a lot of those. And I also wondered if you thought about again, more of a policy thing, but, maybe going to more of a lottery than first come, first serve, or some of those programs. This is the time you have to register, and especially from an equity perspective, can be difficult if you don't have flexibility in your job to be available at that time. Going to more of a sign up, pick at random, something to think about longer term. But great stuff. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if you need an increased logo attire budget.
Didn't get approved.
Oh, man.
He only has the one outfit.
Thanks, Ken.
I'll say something, Mayor. I just want to remind everybody that we have a lot on the horizon for recreation, and it doesn't seem like we have anything that, whenever we spend money on recreation, it seems to be well used, and the community is super thankful, and we're going to have stuff like that coming before us over the next year. So just keep in mind what a great resource that is for us, because there's really no limit to the amount of offerings we could potentially invest in.
Okay, moving right along, and I'm determined to keep us on schedule, so we're doing well. The next section we wanted to talk about was, we've talked about pay plan quite a few times this session and many others. One of the things we wanted to touch on was, first I wanted to introduce our new HR director, Sarah Mangano. So we're so happy to have her, and she's going to talk to you about our pay for performance process, our performance review.
So I know at the last council member, and hello everyone, it's nice to be here. I know at the last council session it came up our pay for performance plan and what we do. So I want to give you a quick overview of what our process is. Initially, it starts the fiscal year with goal setting. And so this means the exec team looks at our city goals and what we want to accomplish for the year. And this trickles down to department outcomes. These are communicated and assigned to staff in the June, July timeframe. Throughout the year, we continue to measure performance. We do an annual self-review and an annual manager review. And then peer reviews are encouraged for all and absolutely required to managers. So it can be a 360 review and is required for any leader in the organization. We look at either the manager or our software, Trackstar, as compiling all that information. And we are able to access that throughout the years, either to adjust goals, make comments, and make reviews on employee performance. We have an official review time, which is the annual appraisal, and this starts in April and runs basically through the end of May into June. Starts again with that employee performance appraisal. And then finally, we look at the outcome based on those evaluations. And we have two possible outcomes. Either one, the employee is eligible for a merit or a bonus, and that's on a scale with a 5% being a maximum, or the employee is recommended for either corrective action or to be put on a performance plan and to improve their performance for the following year or leave the organization. And that's all done in June. Questions on that process? Oh, great. Thank you. Okay. And then this is just a review of the pay plan and the personnel plan. Again, for 2020, we looked at the 75th percentile base salary, and we looked at a CPI adjustment of 10.33. And this is for fiscal year 2023, and it is the maximum pay range is that 75th percentile. That means we don't go over it. That is our cap. We did look at transit separately, and that is based on our current market data. Kim referred to this earlier in her comments. And I do want to refer that even though we look at 75th percentile as being the maximum, actual pay is based on your time and position and experience. So it doesn't necessarily mean everyone's going to receive that 75th percentile, but that's what we're looking at as a target. Questions?
I do have one on that. And maybe this is the case for transportation, but on the lower end of our range, have we looked at increasing some of those salaries even more than what we're talking about?
Absolutely. Transit's well over that in the proposed pay plan. And if you look at the compaction of some salaries that have happened, we're looking at, there were, I think, 3 departments, all under Ken, Adrian, and Amanda. So Mark, ICE, and Library, who received a mid-year evaluation for 2020 with their increases and are again receiving the 10.33 on top of that. Or that's what our recommendation is for budget.
Okay, so do we have a number now that our starting pays at, when we hear in the media, right, the resorts are going up to $20 an hour, the hotels are doing the same, like where do we sit?
So with the exclusion of some specific jobs that we've kind of earmarked for high school students, mostly through camp lifeguards, those positions, we're looking at a minimum rate across the board of 15, and then we go up from there.
Okay, thanks. And I guess the punchline would be if you don't think that's good enough to fill the positions and keep up with market, being proactive and continuing to be proactive, I should say, would be important.
Absolutely. I think compensation is something that's going to be very important in the coming year, but a lot depends on market conditions as inflation goes and as there's other economic factors at stake right now with potential recession, inflation.
Thanks.
Can I ask a question, Mayor?
Sure.
So you mentioned the lifeguards and the high school employees. I know that we're having a hard time staffing those positions, and oftentimes I look at the total amount paid out. When it's $1 or $2 or $3 an hour for 5 or 10 employees, it could make a huge difference. And quite frankly, what goes out the door for us is nominal. It's less than nominal. So anything we can do to get more lifeguards, anything we can do to encourage people to take that job. I'm sure you're doing it, but I just want to, if they can spread the word at school while they're still in school, that's the best job in town, great.
Councilman, I agree with you, and especially as a frequent user of the Mark pool with my 8-year-old, I'm in complete agreement. Like I said, that's a minimum as we were looking at some lower rates. We've also, Ken and his team have also started doing lifeguard certification as a benefit. So our high schoolers don't have to pay for that or worry about transit and other things for those programs. So we've really started advertising with that in place. And I know in the last week, we've seen at least 4 new lifeguard hires. So we're really looking forward to improving the recruitment on that.
Tate Shaw, Assistant Recreation Director. This morning, we actually did an interview with Leslie Thatcher on the KPCW for that exact thing. With the intent, we also are doing some reimbursements to try to help manage and mitigate this issue. This is a crisis when it comes to the pool, because I know that sounds crazy, but one thing that is unique that hopefully council understands is due to state code, we cannot actually run a pool. A public pool without lifeguards on duty where private enterprises can. So that's something that it is an important thing to just be aware of.
If you're trying to get a bunch of high school kids, can we just do like Pizza Fridays every week or something? 2 free Doritos in the lifeguard shack.
Interestingly enough, we are.
I think that there's a lot of private businesses in town that do the similar thing and are I've had a few employees who've left to go to other private places because they're giving out, it's not about the benefits, it's about the money for a lot of these kids. So I agree with Max if we can.
And then if there's no other questions on this, the rest of this is just the new personnel requests. And this is just kind of broken down by department. And that's in there for you. Our new positions account for 36% of our total personnel increase, or about $2.4 million.
I liked how you consolidated the request there. It was really easy to follow. Thank you for that.
Any questions? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, our last few slides, you've seen all of these before. I don't know if there are any questions about any of these specifically, but these are sort of the requests that maybe didn't fall exactly into those pillars or we didn't have questions around. I'm happy to answer any questions. We have a lot of department managers here as well to answer questions, but otherwise we're winding down.
Jeremy?
Just a couple. One was Public Works. Noticed the park seasonal staff was a pretty big cut from the request to what was approved. So it just raised an eyebrow in terms of level of service conversations and whatnot. If we could just have a little bit of context.
Yeah, I think Troy is here.
He is. He's right
part of
there.
that, and we looked at this for a lot of the requests that when people were asking for additional money, we knew we had the pay plan coming through. And so that was going to give them a bigger pool of funds as well. So that did whittle that request down a little bit. And then we also looked at just historical spending and what people have been able to staff at. I'll let Troy take it from here.
So the original request was for both summer and winter to help out with some of the new projects that included the stairs that are going in at Rossi Hill, the stairs that are in Prospector right now, and some of the new projects. And although we didn't get everything we asked for, we did get some, and we're going to do the best we can with what we received.
So I guess the question would be, do you think you got enough, right? Because I mean, this is a big focus and in a transition like this when we're kind of.
So yes, I do. And I think why is because council decided not to extend the contract with Triple Crown. That freed up a lot of our time, that a lot of that effort I was going to reallocate straight to pathways, bike paths and bike path maintenance. So now I'm just going to have to balance out a little bit more, and I think we'll do a fine job at what we need to do. I don't feel like service levels will be decreased. And I think that's probably that balance was Triple Crown.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions?
Last one. The other item that I saw that was cut, I'm not joking, the drone fireworks show that was in there. But in all seriousness, maybe it's not for this fiscal year, but I do think given all the talk we've been having around wildfire risk and whatnot, and the community, there's mixed opinions on fireworks anyway, but those who like it miss it. Those who don't probably would like something in a substitute for a community gathering event. Just like to talk about that kind of stuff in the future.
Any other comments? Well, we have 5 minutes left in this portion of the meeting, so I'm hoping that we have someone online or here in chambers that would like to make a public comment about the budget. So if you're online, please raise your hand. And is there anyone here that would like to make a comment about the proposed budget that we just discussed? Oh, come on.
I have something I could.
Well, yay, we got a public comment about the budget.
I mean, this is my platform now.
Yeah.
But only 5 minutes.
I have to do it in 10 seconds. I hope some money is targeted toward the striping budget that I see right there. Hopefully that some of that paint is going to hit Marsac, or excuse me, not Marsac, but like Deer Valley Drive, right? It's got to be the most dangerous street in Park City right now at night. When you're flying down either of those two lanes, you just follow the tar mark, right?
Yeah.
So anyways, please put some money into striping that road. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Are there any hands up online?
Yes, we have Steve Joyce.
Oh, good. Steve, thank you. Steve, we only have 4 minutes.
That's not public comment.
Steve, you're also not a resident.
That doesn't count.
Hey, Steve. Oh, no.
Their mic is on, but they might be having some technical difficulties.
Well, Steve, you are welcome. If you can't make your comment now, you're welcome to make it during our public input portion of the next section of this meeting. All right. With that, we will take a break now until the regular session starts at 6 o'clock.
Thank you.
But no, thank you, Budget. It's obvious you have worked and worked and worked on this, and it's so thorough, and I just really appreciate all the work you put into it.
Yeah, great job. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We'll go ahead and call to order the regular session. Is Councilmember Doyley with us online? There he is. Hey there. Hey, Caleb. All council is present in chambers with the exception of Councilmember Doyley, who is joining us virtually. So let's kick this off with something that's always really fun, and that's the swearing in of some new officers, a sergeant and a lieutenant. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's great to be back in front of you. Wade Carpenter, Park City Police Chief, and certainly appreciate the support of the Mayor and Council and Manager Dias. This is a great opportunity for us. We haven't done this since COVID. So we've had a lot of changeover and we've had some new promotions. And so this is really an exciting opportunity for us. I'll say that we have a very rigorous testing process. And I say this all the time. Our officers are here by choice. They can work anywhere they want in the state or in the country. And they choose to be here because of the culture. And that's largely all due to your efforts and the efforts of this community. And so we're very proud when we select officers that are a fit for this community. And we're very fortunate that those that choose to come here have a lot of diverse background and experience. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and read short biographies of the officers and also recognize their better halves that are here, and some of their children are here as well. So Brian Salmon, Officer Brian Salmon. Officer Salmon is originally from Alabama. He came to Utah to attend college, earning a bachelor's degree in 2017. He is supported by his wife, Courtney, who's right here, and they have their 2 sons with them. Officer Salmon enjoys carpentry, swing dancing. I'd like to see this. I know we can pick her up, but I'm not sure what happens after that. Camping, swing dancing, and developing survival skills. So we love Brian on our department. He's been a great asset to us, and we're very proud of him. Jason Rose, Officer Rose originally, Jason, raise your hand. Officer Rose originally is from Southern California, attended high school in Heber, served in the United States Army for 10 years, and has been in law enforcement since 2014. He was in one of our neighboring agencies, and we were very happy to have him join our department. In his spare time, he enjoys hiking, skiing, mountain biking, and being outdoors. Jason has been a huge asset to our agency. Let me jump forward to Officer Jordan Seeley. Jordan, right over here. Jordan Seeley is from Mount Pleasant. He previously was with Orem. How long were you at Orem? I forgot. 3.5 years. He was a great steal for us. We were very happy to get him. He is supported by his wife, Smosi, and their 3 children are these beautiful kids right here on the front row. Officer Seeley has all kinds of talents, and he's been showing our officers a lot on how to track down internet fraud, and he's got a lot of really great skills, and we're very happy to have him and his family part of the Park City team. Officer Zachary Williams. Zach is our newest addition. He's originally from Huntington Beach, California. He graduated from the police academy in southern Utah, top in his class. In his free time, he enjoys hiking, camping, and has dreamed about being a police officer since he was a child. He's thrilled to be part of Park City Police Department. We're very happy to be with him, have him here with us as well. Officer Clayton Eves. Clayton also came from one of our neighboring agencies. He had a great career there. He served in law enforcement for 16 years. He's supported by his wife, Kylie, and 2 children. He grew up in Sandy, Utah, now lives in Heber area. Spare time, likes to spend time with his family on his boat. So we're certainly happy to have him. Is Sergeant Rollins here? Oh, there he is. Sergeant Stuart Rollins. Sergeant Stuart Rollins is from Clinton. He's supported by his wife, Summer, and 3 kids, and has been in law enforcement for 11 years. He was previously with Utah Highway Patrol for 7 years. In his spare time, Sergeant Rollins likes to golf, travel, and spend time with his family. We took a real hit from Highway Patrol when we hired him. They weren't very happy with us. We're very happy with him. Lieutenant Jay Randall comes from Centerville, Utah. He began his career in law enforcement in 2004 in Ivins Public Safety. He worked for me for a number of years there. He was definitely a recruitment from me. I wanted to see him join Park City Police Department. He's been with Park City Police Department since 2013. He's supported by his wife, Tanya, of 36 years. I'm telling you, I know these two, and that's quite a feat for his poor wife. So their 3 children are here with them tonight, and their beautiful grandbaby is there with them tonight. So we're very excited about that. He loves exploring the mountains with his family and his wife and spending time with his new granddaughter. So with that, I am going to ask our 5 officers to step forward. All the officers requested that Mayor Worrell swear them in, and then I'll have the sergeant lieutenant come up for an additional swearing in. They've been sworn in, but we want to remind them of their responsibilities. So you'll each raise your right hand. And the mayor will repeat after her, saying your own name in the appropriate time.
What an exciting time, and what a good-looking group here. Wow. So once we have completed the oath of office, before you go back to sit down again, if you would sign your oath over there, we'd appreciate that. Okay, here we go. So if you'd raise your right hand. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Utah, and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity. Congratulations.
To Dan, I'm going to do just a rose here. I'm not going to kiss you.
He's a chunk, so you better show it.
This is payback time. Thank you. Have a seat. We'll now have Sergeant Stuart Rollins and Lieutenant Jay Randall, if you'd like to come forward, please. Where are you?
You ready for this? All right. So ready. Okay, if you'd raise your right hand, please. I state your name.
I, Stuart Rollins,
do solemnly swear that I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Utah, and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity. Congratulations.
If you'd like to have your spouses come up and pin you, that'd be great. You can get his badge. What's that? Here, you can take mine. Take this one for now. Did he just become chief? Yeah.
Ow, stop that.
You'll have to take all my phone calls. Doesn't work, just put it straight in and then. No. Thank you, Mayor and Council. We have a reception at the police department. Any of you are welcome to join us down there if you'd like. Thank you. Come on down.
Never asked.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
I know I don't want to work with I know, right?
That's not mine.
I don't want to know.
Nothing's really wrong with that, but it's not mine right now. Yeah.
All right, let's move right along into staff communication and communications and disclosures from the council. Council, tell us what's been going on. Max, do you want to start?
Sure, that was really cool to see all those guys. Glad we've got some fresh cops in the department, and I'm glad to see the chief back. Well, I'm going to go with, we've been getting a lot of emails the last couple of weeks ever since the mayor and Becca spoke about, reproductive rights in Park City. I've been getting a lot of emails basically telling me as a elected official in a small town that I should pretty much just shut up and keep the lights on. And I'm finding that pretty frustrating, especially in the light of the events of this week. National events affect all of us. They affect local municipalities just like they affect everybody else. And I have no appetite for keeping my mouth closed about things that impact our lives in general. And I find those emails insulting and quite frankly, so short-sighted, it's hard to even process the emotion of it. So I was kind of going through the same emotional struggles I think all of us have been going through since the events of in Texas the other day. And I found a quote from Ezra Klein, and I'm going to just read that quote and call it good from there. Only with gun violence do we respond to repeated tragedies by saying mourning is acceptable, but discussing how to prevent more tragedies is not. But that's unacceptable. As others have observed, talking about how to stop a mass shooting in the aftermath of a string of mass shootings isn't too soon, it's much too late. And frankly, brevity, all of the different laughter and the fun that we're having this week, it just indicates how normalized this thing has become. We've had over 200 mass shootings in the country this year alone, and 27 school shootings. For those of us with kids in school, we are so far behind as a nation in addressing these issues. And I just don't have a whole lot of laughter in me these days. So I'm hoping that we can at least stop the emails coming to us saying that we don't have a place to speak about national issues. It's our responsibility with a microphone in front of us to use it. And that's what I'm doing tonight.
Thanks, Max. Becca, do you want to go next?
Yeah, thank you for saying that, Max. I had the privilege to attend a gathering of a group called Voices for Utah Children on Tuesday, and we talked about issues facing our kids and homelessness and poverty, people, hunger, access to health care, and access to safe daycare. And it was really quite shocking to spend an hour and a half talking about how we can improve the lives of our kids in the state and what we can do for our children, and then come out and hear about 19 kids being shot in a daycare. And I pretty much cried all day Wednesday about it every time I watch the news and get teary-eyed thinking about it. So I really appreciate you saying that, because as a country, I think as a state, as a city, our number one responsibility is to create a world that is better for our future generations and for our children. And it's really hard to see how we're doing that right now. And then, so I'll say that. And then I will also say thank you to Miles and to Paige and all the city staff that organized last week's city tour. It was an amazing opportunity. And when we talk about being able to come together with our community, yes, we learned so much from Boise and from Twin Falls and from Ketchum and Sun Valley and all the different organizations that came together to tell us all the great things we're doing. But the big thing that I took away with it was really that renewed sense of community and being together with people that we work with and care for, and really do try to create better opportunities within our community. So I'm going to hold on to that sense of community for this week.
Gosh, yeah, it's been a heavy few days for me and Max. It's been hard to think about anything else. Max, I wish you were here. It's actually been great to be in everyone's company and all the people that live in this town, and having a wonderful group in here today, and having the swearing in was great. I would say this is about the most uplifted I've felt in the last few days. And I wanted to recognize Miles for City Tour, and I was going to try to figure out how to pivot from that. So I'm glad you mentioned it, but we did have a great trip. So that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. Tana?
I don't have much more to add, actually. My comments were gonna echo some things that Max said and that Becca said, and the thanks to this amazing program. It's amazing that we have this leadership program. It's so unique, and I think a lot of communities, when we go into them, think, wow, how can we do that? And so sometimes when we're not all on the same page, or we're finding the small things to be upset about, it does help to go places and realize that we are actually pretty far ahead in some areas, and we're doing a really good job. And we really do have a huge amount of people who care about this community. I mean, I think every year they have triple the amount of people applying for leadership than they do spots available. And that says says a lot about our community. And I looked at every single one of those people on City Tour and said to as many as I could, what made you sign up for leadership? I mean, I know why I did when I was 28 and I'm sitting right here because of it. But, that's not everybody's case. And so I want to know people's stories and I want to know why they want to be involved and I want to know how they can help us because there's only, 6 of us up here, but there's a whole community that cares. So I'm going to leave off some of the details I was going to go into, but, I'll just try to make a little bit light and say, I guess, paint it blue, Kimmy.
There you go.
Jeremy.
Thanks. I'll echo the sentiment already expressed. Had a couple things here. One, I wanted to thank Matt and the city staff. We've been talking a while about getting some more info out there publicly around what council will be discussing in the near future. And that page has been published. It is on the city website and there's a link under, I think it's under the council page. It says upcoming topics or something of the sorts. So I'd encourage folks to check that out and then you'll know when to tune in for things. Also wanted to highlight just a couple things out of the financial analysis we received. That budget packet was fantastic that we went through. I really appreciate the staff putting that together. There's an exhibit, the last one, that has a bunch of really interesting tax information in there. And I'd encourage folks interested in that to go dig in. I think it's Exhibit E, but I could be wrong. Is it? 2 things I pulled out of it. One is for this fiscal year ending June 30th, we're forecasting 1.7 billion in economic activity. Like that's huge. I mean, when we say, it's a 20% increase, 25% increase, when you're talking those kind of numbers, that's a lot of activity. And I think that's what we express when we work through issues is that we feel the impact that brings. And the other one I wanted to highlight is that we had the biggest increase in the past, I think it was 12 or 13 years in primary use of our homes in town. There was a 7.1% increase, I think. At least that's what I wrote down. It might have been a little higher even. And that's great momentum. And it's probably a little bit of trailing data, I'd imagine, by the time it flows through and into how we recognize it. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see an increase coming for this fiscal year also once that data is released. And it's really exciting because it speaks to some of these building community concepts and, what is it that we're really doing in representing the community. And the more we can build that community of primary residents, I think the stronger we are as a team. So it was just very encouraging.
I always come back from City Tour with all sorts of ideas of we can do this and we can do that and so energized. And this year was no different. But I came back feeling very fortunate and honored to have the opportunity, not be emotional here, to serve alongside this council, as well as the people in the leadership class that accompanied us on this trip. There was so much energy. There was so much commitment to Park City, and I'm just looking forward to really great things ahead. And another thing that's really encouraging me is that we've already had some applications for the 3 different boards that we're currently seeking applicants for. And those 3 are the Historic Preservation Board, the Board of Adjustment, and the Planning Commission. So if you have any interest in serving on one of those, this is your time to go to parkcity.org and you'll find the application there. I also want to mention, if you're not sure if you want to serve on one of those, there's going to be a workshop on June 6th at 5:30, Michelle? 5:30. It's called Help Shape Your City, and it will give you some ideas about what it would take to serve on any or all of those boards and commission. I was also paid a visit this morning by some board members from Save People, Save Wildlife. And they're extremely concerned, as many of us are, about the animal and vehicle tragedies that have occurred on 224, and the numbers keep going up. According to some information they gave me, 224 is considered the #1 hot spot in UDOT's region #2. And a lot of that has to do with the elk that migrate back and forth across that road. They are working closely with UDOT as well as with Summit County and have come up with some suggestions for both near and long-term solutions. And they would appreciate having a work session with this council at some time during the fall so that they can, share a little bit more information that I've probably done a poor job of sharing right now. But I just would like a thumbs up if you're interested in having a work session this fall.
Sounds good.
Okay. Sounds great. Okay. Yeah. So with that, I want to point out, if you haven't had a chance to see the packet for tonight, that there are 2 staff communication reports that if you haven't seen them, you may want to look at. One is the Park Sunday Market contract outreach plan. And then there's another staff report in there on the winter season transportation update. So you may want to have an opportunity to take a look at those. Now we'll move into the public input portion of our meeting. And if you're online and would like to make a comment, Steve Joyce, please put your hand up. And if there's anyone here in chambers that would like to make a public comment, please come on up to the microphone. You can talk to us about anything not on tonight's agenda. No? Any hands up?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Steve, okay. For those of you that weren't in here during the work sessions, Steve Joyce had his hand up to make a public comment on the budget, which is really unusual that we get comments on the budget. So I was hoping he'd be back with us now. Okay, let's move into the considerations of minutes from May 5th, 2022. Any additions or corrections or a motion?
Your Honor, I move that we approve the meeting minutes from May 5th, 2022.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving right along into the consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
Just one, I'm just kidding. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Second, and that was funny.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Moving into old business, we have a consideration to approve a lease amendment with Bangkok Thai located at 605 Main Street to increase the length of their dining deck. Hey,
Good evening,
Jenny.
Mayor and Council. Jenny Dearson, Economic Development. Here tonight, this is really an item that requires council approval. Staff has reviewed the dining deck amendment request, which takes the deck from its current size and makes it to the maximum size of 40 feet. Between all the departments, we are supportive of moving forward with that request, but we do just need the approval of council. So we're happy to answer any questions on the staff report.
Council, are there any questions?
So this isn't like a special consideration for this one? No.
Yeah, no. So in the past, it's just the deck hasn't been rebuilt in many years, and they're rebuilding the deck. And when they did that, it's getting bigger by 4 feet, but that is the maximum length, which is allowed within the operational restrictions. So there's no special exceptions.
All right, thanks.
Jenny, I was trying to find it in the report, but is there any ADA requirements on our decks?
There are ADA requirements on the deck.
Okay, I guess I couldn't find it in there. Okay,
no, that's okay. It is in the details of those operational restrictions. If Dave Thacker was here, which he is, thank goodness, he always saves me. He can answer them specifically, probably, but they're in there.
Thanks, Jenny. Dave Thacker, Chief Building Official. We do require all decks that seat general public to be, the code requires it, isn't me specifically, but the code requires that they meet all accessibility requirements spec'd out in the ADA ICC specified codes. Some of those are challenging to get, especially in a mountain town with the slopes that we have and the cross slopes. And so we do have some modification abilities within that code to make them as safe as possible, which we've been able to be pretty successful in getting the code plus maybe a little bit, but we've been able to do a pretty good job with that.
Great, thank you. Just was interested.
Okay, this is notice for public input. Is there anyone here or online? If you're online, please raise your hand. Anyone in the chambers that would like to make a public comment on this? Nope. How about online?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay. Is there further discussion or a motion?
Your Honor, I move to approve old business item number 1.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to new business item number 1, a consideration to adopt resolution 10-2022, a resolution proclaiming June 2022 as Pride Month in Park City.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sarah Pierce, Deputy City Manager. I am going to tee this item off and turn it over to our wonderful LGBTQ task force. Online, we have Andy Stevenson, who I hope you've promoted him. Okay, he's going to be sharing his screen. And then with us, we have a number of task force members, but we have specifically Cami Richardson and Joe Urenker here to represent and tell you all about their plans for Pride Month, and also ask you at the end to adopt a resolution supporting Pride Month. So I'll turn it over to the two of you. Thank you.
Hi, Council. I just wanted to start off with a quick clarification. Thank you. Just want to start off with a quick clarification on the last bullet point in our staff report about lighting the McPullen barn. Just because the editorial yesterday, we are not seeking to light the McPullen barn for Pride this summer. We are seeking to return to council at a later date with a broader coalition of the community to have a discussion about whether or not lighting activations are of interest to the city for public structures, and then establish a process. So we're not trying to do that if anyone else here is there, but I will turn over to Cami.
Thanks, Joe. I'm Cami Richardson, she, her, hers, and I'm here to talk about Pride Month. And I'm not a flip-flopper, I'm going to put them back on. So we got a full agenda for the month of June. It starts off on May 31st. We're going to be attending the Park City Rotary meeting and giving a presentation to them about the task force and what we're up to, and we're excited about doing that. On June 1st at 6 p.m., the mayor and Jeremy and all of you are obviously invited to attend the flag raising ceremony at Miners Hospital. It should be a fun event. We're going to have some other organizations there as well to speak, but we're looking forward to that. Should be a nice evening. On June the 5th, we're excited to be part of the Utah Pride Festival parade for the first time as a group from Park City. We'll be marching in the 165th slot. So we're way in the back, but if you care to march with us, Jeremy, in particular, at 11 a.m. we'll be meeting in our spot, and I can provide that information. We'll have a 12 o'clock step off. If you've never seen the parade, it's an absolutely incredible event, and I encourage all of you to join us in marching. You'll get a lot out of it. I'm excited about an event that I'm organizing at the library called the Living Library event. It will be on June the 18th from 11 to 2 p.m. This will be an opportunity for those of us in the LGBTQ community to speak to people as if we were a book. So people will actually check us out at the library. We'll have time slots of about half an hour each time for 6 different slots. It should be a great opportunity for those in the community to get to understand more about those in the LGBTQ community. And I think we all have a lot of information to share, and hopefully we'll be able to we'll be able to share information about ourselves. Many times over the years, I've been approached by people in the supermarket asking me to speak to their children about their gender identity issues. So this is a great opportunity, and I think you'll all learn more. And I'm proud to say that Father Bob, who is here, is going to be joining us that day, and I think we all would agree his story is quite amazing. On June the 21st or the 28th, we're not quite sure of the date yet. We're going to be having an event, I think it's at the Christian Center.
We haven't decided the location yet.
To be decided. It's being held by Mountain Mediation. It'll be an opportunity again for people to learn more about the LGBTQ community. Our big event is scheduled for June the 25th. It's a picnic, a citywide picnic that we're going to be running. It's in cooperation with the library staff, Lucky Ones, the cafe. They're an LGBTQ community. And the event will kick off with yoga in the morning. At 11 o'clock, we're going to be starting some live music by an amazing LGBT musician, Talia Keys from Salt Lake City. She's phenomenal. She'll be performing for 3 hours. We're going to have all kinds of events going on, games to be played, food trucks, hopefully, if we get approval. And it should be a fun afternoon for people in the community to come learn more about the LGBTQ community. We have Intermountain Hospital that's going to be sponsoring us, as well as the Park City Chamber. So it should be a great afternoon, and I encourage all of you to come with your families and be part of the festivities. And lastly, on July 4th, not July 2nd, we'll be marching in the 4th of July parade as a group again down Main Street. For those of you who remember last year, it was an amazing experience, especially for those of us who participated. I felt the love and the warmth, and I think we'll be able to feel it again this year. And on a personal note, I would also echo the sentiments of all of you about City Tour. It was a great opportunity. I thoroughly enjoyed meeting all of you. It was nice to find out that you're humans. And I would encourage all of you to work together, listen to one another, and you will accomplish a lot in your tenure here as council people. So thank you.
I think we're going to turn it over to Andy to talk about some of our visibility initiatives.
Hello, everyone. I hoped to join you all in person, but COVID had other plans, so I'm thankful for technology tonight. I know, but thankful for technology for being able to join virtually. So just talking about some of the activations for Pride Month. This is working closely with the task force and various city departments. So one of the activations being just raising pride flags throughout the city. The design is the Progress Pride flag designed by Daniel Quasar, and it is designed in various colors to reflect the LGBTQ community, people of color, and the transgender communities flags or colors of pink, blue, and white. And so that is the design for some of the pride flags that will be raised in Park City. We are also excited to put some decals on our trolley, following the same design that we used last year with the theme of Ride with Pride. And then some posters that we can display at various city buildings, as well as some new banners on Main Street that also follow the Progress Pride flag design from Daniel Quasar. And then again, we just went through some of the activities that we're going to be doing throughout June. So that's all I have. And then I think Joe is going to talk about some of the activations for the Maverick building.
Actually, I'm going to kick that off first with discussions about painting the Maverick building. I think you can see the depiction of what we would be hoping to do. I've spoken a lot with Jeremy about this and certainly want to hear his opinions. I know there's potentially some issues, but we're looking forward to being able to display the flag. It's a very visible spot, and I think it would make a big impact on our community. So, Jeremy, do you want to go? Okay. So one of the things that I'm going to be asking for is a motion to approve the painting based on the final decision of the Arts Committee. Is that what it's called? Public Art Advisory Board. Public Art Advisory Board. If If they approve this, I would ask that, that based on your approval tonight or your disapproval, that we be able to move forward with this in a timely manner versus kind of being held back. But obviously, if they have issues about it that would need to come back to the council, then we would understand that. So my request is to make a motion to approve painting of the building. We would incur the costs to paint the building. We would provide the labor. We're not really asking for the city for anything. Although obviously, being a city, if you have any extra money that you want to donate towards the paints, that would be welcomed. I don't think we have any insurance issues. It will be a quick turnaround. I don't see it, taking too long to do. And obviously, we'd be willing to paint it back to its original color when we're done.
How long are you proposing to leave that up?
Well, if we can get it approved for June 1st, we would like to do it from June 1st to the end of the month. If it takes longer to get approval, from whenever it gets approved, from that point to the end of the month. And if it doesn't get approved, then I got my painted fingernails that will have to work.
There you go.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Discussion of that, or should I move on?
You can move on.
Okay, great. So we had a second concept for the Maverick building after Jeremy brought it up and had some discussions with Jenny about the arts or the Bonanza Park activations for this summer. And I heard that there are going to be some opportunities for the community to activate there as well instead of just city programming. So we have developed a concept. It's evolved a little bit since what was written in the staff report, but the idea is to utilize the inside of the Maverick gas station as a reading and listening lounge, and it would focus specifically on the history of queer contributions to modern music. There are communities across the world and across the country that were responsible, queer communities that were responsible for pioneering entire genres. And a lot of that history and knowledge has been discarded and lost. So we thought it would be a beautiful activation to this community to say, like, well, how the modern music that we listen to now, what are some of the stories behind that and how does it connect to LGBTQ culture and history? And we would partner with an arts group to do some visual arts installations around the interior of the space, and then offer historical texts in the middle, either in a lounge format or bookcases or whatnot, that would relate to the visuals people are seeing. So something like Paradise Garage was a very queer space that helped pioneer disco music, but most people don't really know about that. So then have some of the historical texts that match up with it, and people can see it, they can read about it, and then host listening parties where they can actually hear that music as well during the evenings. The last part is that we have been talking to some groups out in Salt Lake where there's a thriving house music scene, which is a extension of a number of different genres. And we want to invite them up to throw a block party at the end. Because a lot of these spaces that are very expressive and musical and pioneering some of these sounds are very lively spaces. So to only present them in a kind of historical or almost museum-like context doesn't really do it justice. So we want to create an event at the end as a capstone that will embody the spirit of them and really invite people in to see what those kind of radical authenticity and spaces that are centered in love and joy and community really feel like. So in terms of the actual ask on that, I think there is some question about utilization of the Maverick building for these kind of activations, whether or not that's something that's of interest to council, if there's a process in place, if the community activations for the Bonanza Park is the right avenue, or Jenny suggested that it might be a building lease for the Maverick specifically. Just kind of some wayfinding here to help us understand how to continue this conversation. And then also on the funding end of the spectrum, this one's a little more in depth than just painting the wall. So I think generally as a task force, we don't have a lot of clarity on what budgets we're pulling from for these kinds of requests, and where can we work with you, or who do we need to talk to for funding for ideas like these?
That pretty much concludes our presentation for this evening, I believe. And I'd be remiss in not stating that I just love the blue wall behind you guys. It looks really great. Private joke. It's not private. Thank you. Do you have any questions for us?
So are we voting tonight on whether or not to paint the wall as well and also activation of the Maverick Center, or are those coming to us at a later, coming back to us?
Our request is to get approval tonight for the painting of the Maverick.
Okay.
If you want to approve the other one, you're welcome to.
Okay. Well, I don't have a problem with painting the Maverick, but I was going to say I also really love your logo. I thought that was really beautiful too. So I would be up for you painting either of those on the Maverick wall. I'm not opposed to either.
They're pretty standard.
I think that's really cute. I like your Pride Month logo.
Yeah. Oh, yes, that is nice. But that flag and the banners are pretty typical of what you're seeing nowadays in our community.
Right.
I have no issue with painting the Maverick. I had a question about whether we have to notice this for action. Yeah, but yeah, great.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just think there's a bigger conversation than just painting the Maverick, like a bigger conversation of are we ready to every month be able to paint it versus just like 1 month and then next month would we have someone else come in and want to paint it. So I think that we have to have a little bit bigger conversation if we were ready to paint it every month to any group that wants to come in and ask.
Jeremy?
Yeah, maybe dissect these requests just a little bit. So the first one on painting the Maverick, that sounds like are we indicating support kind of thing? The next Public Art Advisory Board meeting isn't until June 13th, I believe it is. And there is a process and ordinances and codes around review of public art requests and how those move forward. So I don't know the technicalities. I'm just throwing out the facts of what I've learned looking into this. And that process, by the way, is pretty comprehensive around things like how long it can be up, who's responsible for it, you know, how often it has to be touched up even to hit the intent. I don't know, Jenny will yell at me if I say something wrong. Is that all good? All right. So, you know, however that process has to play out, you know, I think the result is, yeah, I'm supportive of doing this. I just don't want to set a precedent that then could be possibly taken advantage of for other purposes. So if that means that we don't get it till the middle of the month, I guess the question would be, is that, you know, is that good? Or is it like a possibility to have a special meeting of the Public Art Advisory Board? I mean, we're kind of out of time here because we're at the end of May, so I just don't know how it would play out.
Well, I would obviously ask that if we can call a special meeting of them just to get their initial thoughts on it and see if it does require a bigger involvement from the committee on the 13th. Is someone here? Oh,
Jenny's the boss is coming.
Jenny, okay.
So Mayor and Council, if you're supportive of staff working with this group, we are happy to talk to the Public Art Board and see if we can schedule a special meeting. The process I would recommend is that the group makes a proposal to the Public Art Board for the Public Art Board to consider at that meeting and bring that back to Council. And we'd also be holding a public input session at that meeting as well.
Yeah, if I could just, I took it, Jeremy, to your comments as one of our thumbs up, thumbs down, are we supportive? And then we have to move it forward. We get a staff report that explains the policies that Jenny just touched on briefly, explains it to us. We have a public hearing so the public can give input. And then, you know, we approve it, but I support moving forward on it. And that's, so it's with the same spirit of those comments.
Max, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I basically agree with what everybody had to say so far. I agree with your concerns. I guess that, you know, it's a blessing and a curse being a part of government, right? We have processes that we need to go through. We don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot by having some other group that we maybe don't identify with come in and want to do something, and then we get stuck with that as well. But I really also have a problem with the concept that process gets in the way of us supporting a group of people that have clearly shown that they need support and they've asked for it. And it's pretty easy for me to decide, I support this group. I want to support them in any way they want me to. And it's just really hard to have process slow that down and be this arduous thing that they have to jump through all these hoops, when really all we want to do is say to the community that has spoken pretty clearly they support LGBTQIA people. I've spoken to a number of trans people in the community who say, they live in a safe community and they're really happy to live in this community. It's a phenomenal place, really welcoming. They never feel unsafe here. And I think that's something that we should wear as a badge of honor, that we live in a community like that. So it's a bummer that process might slow this down, although I do share the concerns of everybody else that I would hate for us to do something and put ourselves in a spot where we have to actually advertise something that nobody in the community supports. So I agree with you.
I was just going to say, I don't think that in any way we're saying we don't support what you guys are doing. There's a lot that you are doing that I think is fantastic. I mean, the flags on Main Street, the rising of the flag, I think that does show that this council and the past council is supportive. And so I do hope that that we are supporting that, or I am personally supporting that as well. My comments just really are about process and how do we make sure that we're following the processes that were put in place for us to make sure that everybody has an equal chance to do things in our community, whether we like them or not, as Max said.
Well, we've certainly come to learn that there might be a needed process for painting things in this city. So, and I'm not suggesting painting the back wall because it's beautiful blue, but we would obviously want to see this happen as expeditiously as possible. If there's their meeting on the 13th, I believe your next meeting on the 16th. And if they're okay with that, we would hope for approval so we can turn it around. And perhaps since we'd lose a period of time in June, maybe we can extend it into July because it's certainly a busy month and I think it will still gain a lot of traction. So perhaps that's a good solution if this is the direction we need to go. Thoughts?
I think it's unfortunate that we're having this discussion just a few days before June 1st. And I wish we'd have had it, a month ago so that we could really have time to put this through the process. My concern echoes the rest of the council. I think that when you read this staff report, it wasn't really clear that we were going to be voting tonight on whether or not to paint the Maverick station. And I think that the community needs an opportunity to be able to weigh in on that. And if they're not listening tonight, then they'll have an opportunity to know we are going to be talking about it at June 16th or whatever date that works best. And also that the Public Art Board will be talking about it because those meetings also are open, for public input. And so that'll be a couple opportunities that people can discuss it. And again, I'm just sorry that we have to work through the process. In terms of using the inside of the station, I think we're going to need some more information about the condition of that. We've had a previous request to use that space and we were told that it needed a significant cleanup job and some other things that had to happen inside that space to be able to use it. And I think that if staff could let us know what that all would involve and how long that would take and the cost of it and that would be really helpful to really have a productive discussion because from what I understand, I've not been in the space, but from what I understand, it's probably not a place you want to invite anybody to join you in at the moment.
Well, we certainly understand. We kind of look at it as, one small step for the LGBTQ community, one giant step for Park City. So let's hope that we can move things forward and, we look forward to working with you. Thank you for your time. And we'll see you in the month of June, hopefully often. Thanks.
Do we still get to do the Pride Proclamation?
We do, and this is also notice for public input. So if you're online joining us, welcome, and please raise your hand. And then if you're here in the chambers and would like to make a comment, please come on up to the microphone. Any hands online?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay. Then do we have a motion to adopt Resolution 10-2022?
Your Honor, I move that we approve Resolution 10-2022, a resolution proclaiming June 2022 as Pride Month in Park City. I'll second.
We're all going to second.
We have a motion and 4 seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. That's great news.
Thank you. Let's move on now to new business item number 2, consideration to approve a permit fee waiver in the amount of $50,669.18 for the Park City Fire District.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. I'm presenting a consideration for council to approve a request for a building permit fee waiver for the 7805 Royal Street, Station 34 for the Park City Fire District. The station currently has been demolished. They are going to proceed forward regardless of what the outcome of this meeting is, but they've requested that fee waiver be considered based on their contribution to the community and the work that they do. They are renovating or rebuilding, if you will, the station just based on the construction activity that's taken place in the Flagstaff area, the need for a larger apparatus, one with a ladder, and also a third bay to allow more staff and more apparatus to be up there for the safety of the community. And so they are requesting this permit fee be waived. The permit fee consists of building, planning, and engineering fees associated with this permit. Because the renovation or the rebuild of this structure does not increase substantially in footprint, the impact fees are not significant, and they did not request those to be waived, just the permit fees themselves. So with that, I'll turn it over to you for any questions or comments.
Questions?
I was just wondering that one of the fees said it was a state fee. Are we able to waive a state fee?
That is a great question.
I think by state fee, you mean one that there's a legislation that defines, what are you looking at in the report?
Exhibit B on the last page, it just says state fee.
So Margaret, I can get some context to what the fee is. That 1% fee goes from each permit, and it goes to training of inspection staff and building inspectors throughout the state. So if no fee is charged, then no fee would be collected for the state. So yes, in essence, it could be waived.
Okay.
I think, is that correct, Margaret? Okay.
So then would we have, well, I guess when we get to a motion, let's do it after public input, but would we have to have it where we amended this amount? Because this includes that fee as to Becca's point, as it's presented, to take out that $300 something.
You said we could waive it.
Right, but just the item has it included in the total. Does that matter?
I don't have the math in front of me, sorry, I'm not a lawyer.
Let's just call, so the item says $50,669.18, and of that $316.83 is that state fee. That sounds like it would no longer exist if we waived the other 6 or however many items on here.
Oh, so we're not really waiving that fee, we're just not collecting it.
Yeah, that's right. So I would say, to your point, Jeremy, that's probably accurate. We'd need to subtract that percentage.
Calculator.
Okay, thanks.
You can make the motion to reduce the total amount stated by the 300.
Okay. Other questions?
I guess I was curious about is there a history of fee waivers for fire stations in
construction in other districts? Like, has the county waived fees for construction in the county? Like, are we behaving equitably with all the entities who contribute to the fire district?
My understanding with discussions with Chief Zanetti and also Fire Marshal Mike Owens is that, yes, they were actually taken back that we had assessed a fee on their permit when we presented it to them. So yes, it sounds like all other entities kind of do it without going through a process is what it seemed like, but that was their discussion with me. I haven't looked at process to know specifically how the county or other entities take care of that, but that was my understanding.
Okay.
It might be helpful for council if Dave said a sentence or two about the process that he went through. I mean, the city has a policy and they followed it, and there was a committee that made this recommendation. So just to be clear, that was followed in this instance.
That's correct. We have a committee made up of city staff that does evaluate the waiver requests, and through a scoring criteria determines whether it should be considered to be recommended to be waived as a full waiver or a partial waiver based on community benefit and all the other criteria that are laid out in the code. And this one was determined that the full waiver was the recommendation that they would put forward to council.
Okay. Yeah, it's helpful. Thanks.
This is notice for public input. Is there anyone in the chambers that would like to speak to this or online?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public input. Any further discussion or a motion?
Make a motion.
Okay.
I'll move to approve new business item number 2 in the amount to be reduced of the state fee of $316.83. Is that right?
I don't know. I didn't do the math.
Yeah, I was disappointed you didn't put the total in, but
I can second.
It's been a long week.
All in favor? Motion carried.
Sorry, folks. I got a tag out here. I apologize for leaving earlier. I talked to Nan about it a little earlier, but thanks for filling in for the rest of the meeting.
Okay.
No problem. Thanks, Max.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, let's move on then to news business item number 3. Consideration to approve ordinance 2022-14, an ordinance approving the Mountain Center subdivision located at 1431 Lowell Avenue, Park City, Utah.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I am Planner Alex Ananth here with tonight's presentation for the NAC subdivision at PCMR. And I am joined by Michi White and Dan Glasser from the NAC as well. I'm just going to share my screen, a brief PowerPoint presentation. Just trying to figure out how to advance my plan, sorry. I don't know where. Anyway, there was a slide before this, but I'm not sure why it's blank right now. Anyway, this is the Mountain Center subdivision for the NAC building. It is a 1-lot subdivision, and it is located at the top of the first-time parking lot, and it is for the construction of their new Mountain Center operations building. This slide shows the subdivision in reference to the parking lot and the fire access lane, which also serves as the entrance to the parking area underneath the resort center condominiums, and will be basically extended from where it turns into the garage from the second turn in to lead to the NAC's new building. So there will be a drop-off area with 70-foot fire truck turnaround and a couple of parking spaces, mostly for loading and drop-off of the applicants' program participants. This just gives you a photo of the site right now. One of the magic carpets will be relocated slightly for the new building and subdivision. Staff found that there is good cause for the subdivision because it creates a lot of record and allows for the NAC to exercise a long-term lease for the construction of their Mountain Center operations building, which serves a need in the community. Staff is recommending that the council hold a hearing and consider approving ordinance 2022-14 based on the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval. There was some public input that was attached to this exhibit, and it is basically around the access easement that the applicant, Vail, and the resort condominium centers will be signing. And if it's not popping up on my screen either, let me see if I can share it in a different way. I don't know why that PowerPoint. Sorry. Basically, the area leading up to the subdivision, the access easement, the owner of the Resort Center condominiums was looking to make some changes to resolve some existing situations, mostly regarding loading. A lot of the Vail trucks load in that area and it can get congested. So the applicant is working with Alliance, the Resort Center condominiums, and Vail to expand their loading area. And here it is in my email. Oops. So the real change is that the fire access and access roadway would be widened slightly, and then a loading area would be created with sufficient turnaround, so most trucks would not have to back up, which is what is currently happening. But in terms of the subdivision, there are no changes proposed to the plat that you are looking at tonight. It's really just resolving the access easement. And the access easement will get reviewed by the law department and must be finalized prior to recording the actual plat. Now, if I can go back to my presentation. I added a condition of approval to address this. And it's condition of approval number 8. So it is not in the packet. But basically it states that there's no density associated with this subdivision, and any changes have to come back to the Planning Commission, as well as review of any parking plan. And that is it for my presentation. Sorry for the technical glitch.
Thanks. Council, what questions do you have?
Just one, there was a lot of public comment in the packet that came after the Planning Commission meeting. Seemed like it was all regarding the lodge property there next door. Can you speak a little bit about the interactions that the NAC is having with them that, you know, I get from a pure process perspective, we're probably covered, but just from a holistic view?
Yes, Councilwoman Rubel. Last week we met, I met with Trent Davis, who's the president of the association there, and his attorney, and we discussed, and planner Anath, what were the issues, and there's 2 issues. One is with guests who are dropped off at the lodge in vans. A lot of them can't fit into their parking garage, and do 3-point turns. And while those aren't so problematic, what is problematic are the delivery trucks that seem to come there. And they wanted to use our turnaround as their turnaround for all the deliveries and vehicles. And we were opposed to it for a sincere safety issue, because it's like putting Coca-Cola trucks at McPolin during, school bus drop-off time. It's dangerous. So we came up with that plan. Well, we had the idea, and then we met the next day over at Alliance Engineering, and that's what we came up with. And that, when I spoke with Trent, he was very pleased with it. And we seem to be on great terms, and we're moving forward, and we sent it to Vail. And they too seem to be positive towards it. And we're meeting with Vail tomorrow. So, all three parties are committed to resolving whatever issues there are around the easement agreement. There's some language in the agreement that the Lodges doesn't like, but that's something to be discussed with Vail. And but we feel very confident that we're going to work through it. There doesn't seem to be any. When asked, is there anything else? It was, no, that takes care of it.
Any other questions?
I'll go. Actually, thank you for sharing that. That's exactly what my question was that Jeremy had. The only other one I have is, you mentioned Vail, you've mentioned the Lodges. Was there any other input, or have we spoken to any of the other businesses in the area? Like there's the pig pen, there's some Cole Sport, those sorts of businesses. Were they informed, and what was did they have any feedback?
We did have feedback from Jackson's Hideaway, which is down there on the slope. We met with them. We're going to help increase their patio space with some gravel, and it was all very amicable. We haven't heard anything else from anybody else on that.
Can I just ask about just the mechanics of, so Vail owns VRCPC holding zones, the property, NAC is the applicant. Is this set up as a land lease, or is it a purchase of the property?
Yeah, it's a long-term land lease.
Okay.
I believe it's 50 years top of mind.
Okay, that makes sense. That's all I have. Thanks.
If there's no other questions, we'll go ahead and open public input. If you're online, please go ahead and raise your hand. Is there anyone here in the chambers that would like to make a public comment? Anyone online?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public input. Council comments or a motion?
Your Honor, I move we approve new business item number 3.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. There you go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving right along to new business item number 4. Consideration to approve ordinance number 22-15, an ordinance amending the municipal code of Park City Title 4 General Licensing Section and Section 4-2-15, vibrant commercial storefront in HCB and HRC districts, Title 12, and then our sign code permits, and the Title 15 Land Management Code, Section 1515-1.
Thank you, Your Honor. John Weidenhammer, Economic Development Manager, and Rebecca Ward, Assistant Planning Director. Yes. And Sarah Nagel's here. I think she had to step out for a second, but she's part of the team. Planning and Economic Development Special Events Building, we all have to apply these storefront ordinance codes. They can be a little tricky and a little nuanced. And over the years, as we've made some changes and tweaks to the LMC, we got a little out of whack with some of them. And we've been talking to you about this for the better part of 2 years. And then COVID kind of got in the way, but we're back. We did have a meeting with you all on November 11th, 2021. You guys supported us coming back to do some clarifications to the storefront ordinances. At that time, you also asked us to go a little bit deeper on the sign code, in particular to clarify you can't have a temporary sign if you don't have a vibrant storefront, and also that you can't have a sign unless you have an active business license. So the ordinance in front of you tonight accomplishes those things, a little cleanup. And then the sign things. Along the way, Rebecca held a planning commission public hearing and they forwarded a unanimous recommendation for you to consider approving the ordinance. They did have a discussion at that meeting about going further, in particular with the conventional chain ordinance, catching more things, considering applying it to second stories and other areas. We did a fair amount of outreach through this process. We talked to the HPCA and our business associations and the ad hoc business committee we've worked with on Main Street issues like this over the years, and we got no feedback through that process. Ginger and the HPCA didn't think they needed to be here tonight. There's not a pressing issue. We've had no comments or public input otherwise. So happy to put more meat on the bones or tell you a little bit more about the conversations we've had with the HPCA and some of the conversations last fall, but I think that stuff will come out in the wash with the work session that I think Rebecca has planned later in the fall, August 10th, to follow up on the ask of the Planning Commission. So with that, we'd ask you to hold a public hearing and consider adopting the ordinance in your packet.
Council, what questions do you have?
Just to understand this right, so the Planning Commission supports it, but they want to go further. So they're going to go further in a future meeting, and this is a stepping stone towards that?
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it is we've been asked for the better part of 2 years to come back and clarify and clean up the code. So we're doing that. When we got to the Planning Commission and they, you know, at least 2, maybe 3 of them were having broader discussions on wanting to go deeper. The balance that we have right now with the codes we have, we feel very much has balanced past policy, balances the state, it balances the interest of our many stakeholders, including business owners, leasing agents, business owners and building owners. And we didn't want to have a conversation prematurely without being very well prepared to hold that. So yes, we'd like you to take the step, clean up the codes like we've talked about, and then we'll come back and bring to you the recommendations of the Planning Commission as we go through that process. Certainly, if you want to set preliminary parameters around that or your own direction on what you think that conversation could be, that's your purview.
No, more in the context of, so the planning commissioners who wanted to go further weren't opposed to these changes. This is on the path.
Absolutely not. And hence the unanimous recommendation. Sorry, misunderstood.
Thanks.
Yeah, my only thought is I know when we first went through and did all of these codes, the chain business ordinance, any of the vertical zoning, there was an amazing collaboration between all those businesses that you mentioned. I remember sitting around that back table, you know, for hours talking about all the unintended consequences and how to do something that helped us you know, better control what happened on Main Street, but that wouldn't piss off the state legislature, and finding that balance of creating controls, but not being too controlling. And so I just get nervous. I don't know if nervous is the word, but I think that if the Planning Commission wants to move further, that is that the best way to move forward? Can they recommend some concerns and then we have to take it back with all those groups? I know that to get to this point was a very collaborative effort, and I don't want to burn any bridges or make some decisions that might not be as well thought out.
Yeah, and again, I think to a degree we can defer to you guys. You could dispatch liaisons to have a smaller group meeting with them, vet out some of the issues, have them better understand that past, you know, the 9 months and the 15 public hearings and the detailed analysis we did on sales and performance. We didn't have an opportunity to present them with all that background and context, nor was it necessarily appropriate at that time. But certainly, there's probably different ways to do it than just show up at a public hearing in August with them, so that they're, you know, they're better informed, if we'd like. And maybe you think I'm wrong.
I mean, I don't know if there's an opportunity to call a meeting, but I think that some of the ways that we got to the decisions we got to is very important. And if they'd like to move forward, I just want to make sure that we continue that community conversation about doing anything else.
And where, Becca, we used our council liaisons through that process deeply. I don't know that the Planning Commission has that same ability to have ad hoc, or what do they call it? Meetings out of school. Ex parte.
Moving right along.
I just have one question. Can you just refresh my memory where private clubs fall into this? Something that is a development somewhere else that has a private club on Main Street? this is in there?
Yeah, I read the private club word in there. It caught me. I wasn't quite sure, but you're allowed to have a bar or private club, the old word of private club bar in a storefront. But I think the private club is intended to preclude like a Victory Ranch club.
That's yeah, I'm sorry. I should have been more clear. I'm not talking about like what it was like to go to the bar in the 90s. I mean, like you buy something out at Jordanelle and then you now can come and put your ski locker and you can only dine there. And now that's not open to the public.
And those are not allowed in the storefront.
Okay. So those are, they're not part of this. This is part of it. That's part of a different part of the land management code though.
No, these are, the storefronts catch those private clubs.
Oh, I see what you're
regulations.
saying. Okay. Thank you. I just didn't know where that lied.
Okay. Other questions? If not, let's go ahead and open public input. If you're online, please raise your hand. Is there anyone here wishing to speak to this? How about online?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public input. People have been quiet tonight. Council, any further comments or motion?
Just want to thank you for how this is presented. I thought it was very clear, highly technical topic. Just with the bullet points in the staff report, with the red lines in the exhibit, and really just appreciate that. So I wanted to voice it.
Then thank you. I would make it abundantly clear that Rebecca Ward did 99% of the work on this.
We know. All right, so I'll move to approve new business item 4.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. We're nearing the end here.
The sun is still shining.
I know. All right, let's move on to new business item 5. Consideration to approve ordinance number 2022-16, an ordinance amending the land management code to exempt single-family dwellings and duplexes from certain architectural review requirements in Chapter 15 of the Land Management Code to comply with state law, and to update appeals in several sections of the Land Management Code to comply with changes to state law, and to update the definition of food truck to comply with changes to state law, and to make non-substantive corrections for consistent citation to the Utah Code and internal citations. Yes, thank you. That's
yes. Fine. Good evening, Mayor and Council. And yes, the next item on the agenda and ordinance encompasses a lot, but I will do my best to keep the presentation short. So what we're trying to accomplish with the proposed amendments is to align the land management code with recent changes to state law. And there are 3 main points. The first, the state has exempted single family dwellings and duplexes from certain architectural review requirements. The second is to update our appeal sections. The third, update the definition of food trucks. And then the fourth are very minor corrections. On April 13th, the Planning Commission did review these amendments and unanimously forwarded positive recommendation to the council. Last year, the state legislature enacted House Bill 1003, which requires planning staff and building and engineering staff to expedite building permit reviews for single family duplex and townhome applications. And it's also required some modifications to how we review those building permits internally. And those processes were implemented last year. One additional requirement from this bill is to prohibit the city from regulating building design elements for these single family and duplex dwellings. And that includes color, cladding, roof materials. A lot of these we don't regulate anyway, but one of the amendments is to include a footnote that cites to that language in the code that does restrict those design regulations. The state does allow the city to continue to regulate design in the historic districts. So this would apply for everything outside of the historic districts. We can also apply design regulations to historic sites that are outside of the historic districts. So those regulations will remain in place. When single family or duplexes are approved as part of a development agreement or a larger master plan development, then the city can impose design regulations. And so the amendments establish discretion for the planning commission when they review master plan developments or affordable master plan developments. Depending on the project, they can require design guidelines, design regulations. The second set of amendments are regarding appeals and how those appear in the land management code. In each zoning district, there is a section about architectural review, which references appeals. We are proposing to remove that. So the language that's shown in red and italics here would be removed in an effort to consolidate all appeal language to section 15.1.18, which is the general appeals. The second amendment regarding appeals has to do with changes that were made at the state level in 2017 that required that the city council become the appeal authority for historic preservation land use applications. So in 2017, the city adopted an ordinance that established that appeal to the city council. But then in 2019, the legislature removed that requirement. And so we are updating the code to reflect that. Any historic district land use decisions are appealed to the Board of Adjustment. And that was the process that was set up before it went to city council. So we are returning it back to the Board of Adjustment. The next is the legislature this year enacted House Bill 303, which changes the definition of a land use decision. They removed language about enforcement of land use decisions from the definition. So the state now defines a land use decision as an administrative decision of a land use authority or appeal authority regarding a land use permit or land use application. And so the proposed amendments clarify section 15.1.18 that final action of planning staff may be appealed and not any decision by the planning staff. And then the last change with appeals, right now we have appeals that are outlined in 3 separate sections in the code. What we would like to do, as I mentioned before, is consolidate all of that language into 15.1.18. We have 2 separate sections that outline Board of Adjustment appeals. And so the proposed amendments consolidate the appeals and remove restrictive language that's in the code regarding the BOA appeal authority so that they can review all historic land use decisions. It clarifies that appeals of the planning director or planning staff are heard by the planning commission. It updates the powers and duties and the appeals sections for the Board of Adjustment to reference that 15.1.18. So it's all in one section. And the Board of Adjustment did have an opportunity to review these proposed amendments. Last, food trucks. The legislature has extended their regulations for food trucks to apply to ice cream trucks and food carts. So that's included in the amendments. And then the last, just some minor updates within the code for consistency throughout. So we're recommending the City Council conduct a public hearing and consider adopting ordinance number 2022-16.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you for simplifying all of that for us. Council, do you have any questions? Okay, then let's open this for public input. If you're listening online, please go ahead and raise your hand and we'll give you a minute since I don't think anybody in chambers will have a question about this. Are there any hands up?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public input.
Can I just say thank you guys for doing that? That was incredibly detailed work going through and crossing out, redlining every time it said section or whatever, LMC code and putting in section. And that was very, very detailed. And thank you, because I know it will make it easier for people in the future to read and use. But man, that must have been painful.
Yeah, I wanted to say the same thing because I know how painful that is, and thank you. It's technical work.
Any other comments or a motion?
Your Honor, I move that we approve. Nope. I approve new business item number 5.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
So I only have one more question for council. Do we have 3 council members that may meet socially after the meeting?
I mean, I am, but
You're just meeting yourself.
I feel like I'm recovering from our last socially meetings. And I was not social.
All right. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.